It is Thursday, good lord. It is Thursday, the 23rd of April 2026. It is 20 minutes past 8 p.m. A very good evening, or perhaps a very good morning or afternoon, depending on where you happen to be at this particular point in time around the world. We are going to be finishing up the main game of Mega Man Starforce 2 today. So that is gonna be hopefully very, very, very fun. Gonna last time around, good lord, I don't know what's up with me this week. Words just so difficult. Anyway, as I was saying, last time around we finished up the Bermuda Triangle for all intents and purposes. That is to say that the Bermuda Triangle is essentially the shortest chapter in the game because it doesn't have really a ground-based analogy. It just is only the dungeon part. Although it is a dungeon part we're gonna have to redo today in order to get to where we need to be. So the plan for today is very simple. We're gonna be finishing up the Starforce 2 main game in the sense that we have started the final chapter, and depending on how long it is going to take us, we are also gonna go ahead and start the Starforce 2 post-game content, which is a lot more expansive than the Starforce 1 post-game was. So we're gonna need more streams. Then, real fast, because you might not be part of the Discord, there's gonna be one or two more Starforce streams this week. I'm hoping to get Saturday and Sunday for the Starforce streams, because on Monday there will be King's Day. Let me actually just open up the Discord here and show you guys what it is that I'm talking about. Always useful to have that. Please ignore that. We will talk about that later, what you've just seen. Don't worry, I hate Paradox as much as everyone else that knows about it. So, real fast, because the coming few weeks are gonna be a bit all over the place in regards to streaming. We have on the 27th, so on Monday, we have King's Day, which means that there is no stream at all. I've decided that there's just no stream at all whatsoever. I'm just gonna go ahead, celebrate. It's a national holiday of my country. Just gonna have to deal with it. Then on the 28th of April, Geo is getting sucker punched by Rogue for a moment in order so that Tribe Autofort can take its place on the schedule for Final Fantasy patch 7.5. It will be a full stream, as in both the 24-man raid and the main story will be streamed. Expect spoilers everywhere is the main one on that particular front. So if you have not yet gotten to Final Fantasy patch 7.5, ignore the Tuesday stream because you will be spoiled, even simply by the areas I visit. Then on the Monday after, on the 4th of May, we have Remembrance Day. There will be no stream, so while the world is celebrating Starforce, we are remembering those who died in wars, both World War II and those after, in the service of peace. Then on the 5th of May, we have Liberation Day, which means there will be a Dutch-themed stream of some kind. Probably, and I'm saying that with a lot of inverted commas attached, Victoria free, because that's where the new DLC for that is about to come out on Tuesday. So that is the schedule for this the coming few weeks. That's why I want to make sure that we have all those three, or that we at the very least are in the post game of Starforce 2 as far as with that as possible. With a bit of luck, we will be able to finish the post game of Starforce 2 this week, and then that way we can start fresh with Starforce 3 after we have kicked Tribe back into Eorzea where he belongs, so that Geo can take its rightful place again sometime on Tuesday or on Wednesday or Thursday. That's to say, it's gonna be a bit of a weird 2 weeks. I'd kind of hope to be done with the Legacy Collection before that point. Unfortunately, we are not. That's just the nature of streaming. But as long as we are having fun is, I think, the main point. And fun we are certainly having, as the many streams can dictate. If I was bored of it, I would not be streaming it right now. Need to make one final adjustment. There we go. Yeah, there's actually been an update, if I remember correctly. that came out around midnight on the music side of things? The answer is no. Wait, what? Hang on. I mean, it's not as if I necessarily... Ah, I see what I did wrong. One moment. Let's redo this. Let's Let's go ahead. Please you in for free. Let's download the... Because today, I believe, either today or yesterday, the Mega Man Battle Network series BGM came out for the Starforce Legacy Collection. You can from now on listen to your favorite songs from Battle Network 1 through 6, including, and I'm very happy to see that, Double Team DS, which was my personal introduction into the Battle Network universe. So let's hope that this works. This is why you normally close your computer between the streams, but I don't do that because I'm an idiot. Nope. For some reason it's not working on my end. I don't know why not. Maybe I just need to reset Steam at some point. Oh well. Let us go ahead and continue with the autosave, which seemingly always saves right as you leave. So yeah, we need to go and take a look at the television. And we just will immediately jump into what is gonna be the reasonable finale of the well, of Starforce 2. Okay, there we go. Just making sure all the sounds are working as intended. Good. Also, let's add hijacking of every single broadcasting antenna into the crimes list. It's just getting bigger and bigger every single stream. It's also just like, at this point, you would argue it's normal, but then here's the interesting thing. Technically, no one even knows about the first time around. Like, the message, if you remember the Starforce 1 streams, the message that was broadcast to Earth was coded in a way that almost nobody could actually reverse engineer. It is, though, however, a bit of an issue that... And this is where sort of like where definitely one of the problems of Starforce 2 comes around, which is that the ending feels kind of... I don't want to say abrupt, but it definitely feels as if there's like a chapter missing, where Starforce 2 sort of further explores Vega, because we did have constant references to the Andromeda key in Starforce 1. We did have constantly sort of like being told of a danger arriving. Pardon me. But for this, it kind of feels like the taking of the Mu, or not the Mu, but the U part should have been the end of Act 2, so to speak. But in reality, it isn't. Like, we are way past the end of Act 2. Like, there should have been, at a minimum, one chapter where maybe we sort of see the first vestiges of the evil plan come together instead of what we have here. So there's definitely it feels a bit rushed is probably the best word. So yeah, we have ad break starting in about 1 to 2 minutes. So yeah, like I said, the main problem is that this feels rushed. And I think that having one chapter where sort of like the team either tries to find the part or maybe where there is some level of trying at the very least try to deal with the fallout of it might have helped. Because it definitely feels like, okay, the thing has been taken, now we start the end game, and that's a problem. That's a genuine problem because it also puts into context a lot of the things that have happened since we took the apart, and it almost feels as if the game was like, oh, if we take it now, it's sort of, that's the problem with this, the way that this is structured, is that it also puts more of a darker light on the last 3 chapters that we had, where it feels like it was more running around because of the inevitability. Like, if we weren't there at the museum, this endgame would have happened 3 chapters earlier. Like, it doesn't feel as if we have in some way reasonably messed with the ending order beyond just being lucky. And that's where definitely some of the feelings regarding Starforce 2 come from. Where it's a feeling of that the game feels a bit aimless at times, and this sudden jump into the final act definitely doesn't help with that feeling, but we will talk more after the ad break. And there we go. We are now officially in the middle of the ad break. That is actually some serious timing, I have read. Genuinely serious timing. I am proud of myself for that. Like, yeah. Oh, I need to send also something. I know there is, like, if you're curious, Victoria 3 has released the achievement list. It's a treat in all the worst ways. So I have some people that I know. There we go. That has been sent to a couple more people. Maybe later on in the stream during the next ad break or a few ad breaks from now, I will show what it is that I've been sending people, but it is genuinely... Oh, good lord. It is not necessarily awful, but I do wonder sometimes what the people at Paradox Interactive are doing in their free time. Oh dear, oh dear. But hey, in return, I get to give some people a heart attack in return, so that's fun. But yeah, so it definitely feels, like I said, to sort of return to the problem of the quickness of this, like there is a definite feeling of de-escalation for a while. After we have the Sonia chapter, and the first Sonia chapter, I mean the museum chapter, where it feels as if the game kind of starts meandering. And I think having a chapter where those 3 elements from earlier come together in some way would be a good way to make that feeling less. That it feels less like, okay, we're just wandering from chapter to chapter, but there is sort of like a bigger overarching thing that we can see retroactively. I don't know how you would do that because of the fact that they are so disparate. Like, every chapter, as I've showcased, does continue the story in some way. Like, it's not as if they're not needed. Going from 3 to here would be character story-wise just be weird, and you should not do that. But it also feels as if those moments could have happened in any other chapter. The only one that I think is definitely not the least... You could throw away the least is the Wazab chapter, because it introduces Mu as a more concrete concept. Like, it deals with the lore in a way that you know, is genuinely useful, and it's a big part of the plot in the Wazab chapter. So that is the only one where I'm pretty sure that you can just kind of take it out. It can't take it out without having knock-on effects. But like, the Zack chapter is mostly useful for one scene at the very end. And Sonia's chapter feels like it should have had more meat on the bone. Like, the Wazab chapter is the only one of those three where I'm like uncritically like, okay, you don't really need to change anything about this. Versus Zack's chapter, which is by far feels the most weird, even though it does introduce the Skywave, it does introduce the idea of moving to different countries, it does introduce a lot of the mechanics dealing with that. And the Bermuda is sort of like a 0.5 chapter almost. So it's, yeah, that's why in the game, it's one of the reasons the game feels so uneven, is I've been throwing a lot of praise on it, partially because it's definitely the black sheep of the family. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have problems. And here at the end game, the sort of like collective sins that each chapter sort of added onto it, which are in themselves isolated and can easily be kind of explained away, do come back to haunt it in the storytelling sense. And yeah, we no longer need the U-part. Which is mostly just a way to explain why we can still use our powers. But it's still nice that they do explain it. And yeah, it's back to the Bermuda Maze. Luckily for us, we do have a shortcut. In the meantime, let me go out and take a look at our mail. Oh yeah, right, we need to find something. Go ahead and take a moment here. Good lord.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
There we go. Let's go ahead and continue on, shall we? Yeah, going out back onto the Bermuda Maze. There's actually a secondary route you can take that you can't have, that you don't have access to until the late game. Or at least until the post game.
EM transport, Skywave, on the air.
As in the meantime, more stuff is happening. But this definitely feels as if this should have been like here. This stuff should have happened between chapters instead of just, okay, they failed again, now they gotta try something new. Definitely would have made it feel more like a presence. Like, Lady Vega just doesn't feel like a presence in a way that the Andromeda King felt. Because the Andromeda, or the FM King, I mean, because the FM King was always there in the background. Like, that's, for me, one of the main differences between Star Wars 1 and 2, is the FM King, even if he wasn't physically there, was always, if not guiding, so much as that he was always being hinted at as like this bigger power that existed, and that was the reason that so many of the things were happening. Whereas with Vega, it's like, oh, she now exists. Like, the characters have no reason to even assume she exists until like the, what is it? Chapter before this? So yeah, in the meantime... Which also just makes it a bit weird. It's like there isn't really... Still. Okay. We want to go to what's up. I'm kind of interested, or not interested, but like I'm kind of iffy on doing any of the side quests now that we're so close. There's a couple of things that open up later, I believe. I'm going just kind of... If it's a virus that we don't have anything for yet, or that I think we don't have anything for yet, I will fight it, but at the moment that is not the case. Luckily for me, I have learned that with Starforce 3 we essentially don't need to fight just about every enemy that we see. Because they changed one of the post-game things to 500 battles. Which won't be the biggest problem, but still. That is a lot of mess. Don't need to go here. One of the other reasons is that I believe either one of the side quests or the post game opens up the Skywave completely. So that's the other reason that we're currently mostly just kind of going through. Thank you. And now, hopefully you remember that we gave an energy to... hopefully you remember that we gave an energy to one of the buddies in the Bermuda Maze, and that's going to be useful in further traversal. Auto first! It's also, like I said, never explained why he wants this. He just... he's just evil, which I kind of like on some level, but given the fact that he's the main driver behind just about essentially everything that happens to us, I do feel that if you're gonna have a main villain, there should be more. There should be some level or some form of main driver. Like we learned the main drivers of every single character, even smaller villains, but he's the only one that never does, which makes me believe that maybe at some point in the script he had that moment where he was going, oh, Mahaha, this is why I really did it. And then he just was cut for some reason. Anyway, let's go to deal with a bunch of enemies.
No time for slacking, kid. You're done for.
There we go.
You're done for.
Moving into Demon Flurry. Although I do think we have 4 battles back to back, or 4 enemies. Never quite sure what like the rules are here.
All according to plan.
Okay, so it is 4
Let's
battles.
make this quick.
First things first.
Have some of this.
Oh, there we go.
Gotcha.
Goodbye.
Moving into bust panel over here.
Go.
Thank you. Oh, whoops. On the left into... damn it. Hey, Nanago, how you doing?
Oh, okay.
There we
Come
go.
on, I was just getting started.
Let's kick a roulette in. Normal plus 50. Okay, hang on.
Let's finish him off quick.
Okay, that didn't quite work out. Oh well. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day so far, dude. Oh, cool. One moment, I'm gonna... Ow. We're gonna die here. Well, I mean, we're close to dying. Like that.
It can't be. Kid!
But it's good to hear that you found a good...
Starforce 2, Zerker Ninja.
Thank you. There was an autosave. Okay, there we go. We just right before the fight. Well, let's do it again. This time around with less dying if possible. But yeah, I mean, I woke up very late today because I was constantly being disturbed in my sleep, so it's, yeah. I've had better days in my life. But we're just gonna go ahead and enjoy the rest of Starforce 2 today.
How's this? Have some of this.
There we go.
Ace that.
Moving on to the second one. This is the one where it went wrong last time around.
Double try. Saurian.
Bring it on!
Here I go.
Okay, good.
Here I go.
Okay, nice, nice, nice.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that could work.
How's this?
There we go. Okay, nice. This time we
you
start the
really
fight
think you
with
could beat us?
361. We can actually do this.
You won't be getting out of this in one piece.
Starting off with Queen of Punga. It's also a solid test to make sure that you have what it takes.
Got you.
Going to do this.
Double try. Zerker.
I'll still take it. Okay.
Okay.
Go.
I hope I can get even stronger.
And there's the fourth one. Yes, we want to double try immediately, given the fact that we are
Double
grass.
try. Saurian.
And
All right.
yeah.
Go. Have some of this. Go.
Good old-fashioned double delete.
Here I go.
There we go. Oh, that was actually dumb luck, but I'll still take it. There we go. So yeah, gonna go and need to find the exit, which is for us is nearby. And we accidentally end up right here. But yeah, from the vestiges of the Bermuda Triangle. Comes this thing. This is from now on gonna be all that we will see in the background for the rest of the game. Because it will also stay here in the post game. With that we also have essentially started the last run, so to speak. That's sort of why the Bermuda chapter for me feels like a 0.5, because it's, unlike the other chapters, it's not quite clear where it ends. Right, sometimes you don't tell people you need time! So yeah, this is essentially sort of like Mega's moment of saying, hey, seriously, you know, go to bed and stuff. And then tomorrow comes, which will take... Tomorrow will be a long, long day. There we go. Luckily for us, we are planning on taking a nap. As in the meantime, we deal with that other little thread that will, in fact, what I do like is that a couple of the connecting threads that we've talked about over the course of the base game will come together in the final dungeon, which is something the Starforce one definitely missed. Also, can I once again point out the fact that Lady Vega is willing to kill children? It's like, if there was a court, she would not be able to justify any of this. There we see the reality of Apollo, the first of a couple of... a couple of revelations, which is that others talk about meta waves wasn't as purely world building as it seemed. Nay, it turns out that Hello was a matter wave all along. You're being groomed. That, I mean, to be fair, yeah, go play Disco Elysium. Yes, you can indeed shoot a kid in child 1 hour in. You will also immediately get a game over, but you can. To be fair, Vigor makes a reasonable argument to try it. Good lord, saying that putting that out of context is bad. No, yeah, it turns. I will say this: it turns into a game over if you do try it and succeed, because you also still need to succeed. But my personal recommendation for my personal way to convince people for Disco Elysium is it's an RPG where you never need to fight. Like, it's purely story based. So if you like that, then I recommend playing it, if I'm going to be honest. But I can also see how it's not everyone's cup of tea. So it's definitely a bit of like, you know, if it's your jam, it's really your jam, but if it isn't, then that is fully understandable. Get more out of fights. Yeah, that's the thing. There isn't really any fighting. The best way to put... The other way I will put it is... It's closer to something like Planescape Torment than most RPGs, but... If you are willing to give it a chance and you like it, then you will really like it. But I can see why people bounce off it in the way that they do. Ooh, oh dear, that will be fun. I will not say anything in that case beyond what I've said. But yeah, like I said, if you, the best way to put it is, I mean, I like it. I think it's a great game, but I can also see the argument for it being not everyone's cup of tea. Oh dear, I need to quickly repair something here real fast. One moment, need to quickly repair something. I really need to get myself a new set of headphones, like half of it at this point is just being held together by literal duct tape. But unfortunately, I do not have the money for that. So as a result... budging it is. It's also like, I don't know why, but from one day to the next, it just started to loop itself around itself, and it's... yeah. So, do give me one moment, as I casually go ahead and make sure that my headphones don't die on me today. Like, if they die on me after today, I mind it less, because... in that case, we can just temporarily stop the streams until it has been repaired. But... yeah, I know. The thing is, I know which ones I want. They're about $30 as well. But at the moment, with my current income, that is a massive expense. That's sort of the main problem for me. It's like at the moment, with my current income bracket, even 30 bucks is just a massive expense on my end. I will see. I might show you after the ad break, because we have an ad break coming up. I might as well show you before the ad break, but I first need to fix this real fast. At least they were 30 bucks back when I bought them. I'm sure they've gone up in price by now. What with the shortages all around the world. There we go. That's been fixed. Let me see if I can find it. Just want to make sure that it's always amazing. There we go. Found it. Oh, never mind. They are currently now 50 bucks, but that doesn't really matter too much. So these are the ones that I use. So these are the ones I'm currently using. They are absolutely great. I've used these for like, at this point, 5 to 6 years. But the problem is just that at some point they all started to turn into a loop-de-loop. So there are more and more kinks happening all around. So that is currently causing some issues. Also, yes, I am. I am on Amazon.de because the German Amazon also delivers to the Netherlands for reasons that are complicated. Essentially, we already have our own, we also have our own version of Amazon, and as a result, the .nl version just used to only be ebooks. Like, to be fair, we can just buy from everywhere, but the problem is that the Netherlands is, like, special. In the sense that it has its own internet payment systems. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. We are currently chatting microphones here for a moment. Oh, that is actually... Oh, you could actually hear... Oh, good lord. God damn it, microphone. Out of all the days to become sensitive, it's... Oh, there, oh, there. But yeah, like I said, this is what I'm currently using. It's genuinely really nice. Yeah, but you know, for 50 bucks, they work. Like, if you know better for cheaper, then I'm always willing to listen. But for me, this has worked really well for... I mean, given the fact that I am a big person and that my ears are relatively big, comfort is a big one for me. Like, you know those things, those very cheap, like $5 ones, where they don't fit fully over the ear? I would not be able to deal with it. I know there are people that do, but like, no. Given the fact that I use them for... An average stream goes on for like 5 to 6 hours, or 4 to 5 hours. And I often spend even more time outside of that, talking with people. I kind of need something that is very comfortable. That's fair. I kind of need to be able to use over-ear headphones. But yeah, we're learning a bit more about Vega, but the problem for me, once again, is that Vega is just such a nothing burger until this chapter. One moment. There we go. Yeah, the problem with Vega is she's such a nothing burger. Like I said, with the FM King, we did learn more and more about him as every villain progressed. Which helps to sort of like build him up compared to Vega, where it's like, oh yeah, now we learn that she's really in control, but she's not really the person we're fighting most of the time. Like, the person really in charge for all intents and purposes is Hyde, and his connection with Vega is only insofar as like, oh yeah, we learn at some point that he works for Vega. Okay, cool. Also, this is by far the most mohaha, I shall conquer the world, mohaha, and then just imagine the twirling mustaches. Thank you, hang on, thank you. Omegas is over here saying it better than I ever could. Let me just copy this to clipboard. Oh yeah, right, Nanakal, you cannot actually link it to me on Twitch due to, you know, bots. So if we do know each other on Discord, you can always send it to me on Discord, and otherwise you can send it to me in a private message on Twitch. But I don't allow for links that are not posted by me or the moderators. That's just purely for security reasons. Like, I don't want... I mean, whichever you prefer, to be honest. I personally always... Discord is always on my end. So that probably is best. But, you know, it's there. But, yeah, I don't allow links from random people, simply for security reasons. Has nothing to do with you personally. And so yeah, the little test is, I guess that. Okay, let me have a quick look. Okay, let's see what you found. Also, hi Sol, how are we doing tonight? Oh, this afternoon. One moment, we are. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Ah. Oh yeah, I do see where you're coming from, Nanagal, but I do need over-ear. Unfortunately, I need over-ear headphones. So I can absolutely see where you're coming from with these, but I genuinely just cannot. Yeah, I will definitely take a look at it later, just in case, but I kind of need over-ear headphones. That's just kind of a problem on my end. Also, I hope you've been well, as I know that you've been busy with moving some stuff around in the place where you often come. So I hope you've been well. Welcome to the finale of Starforce 2. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. I've not been able to sleep well over the last few days because people keep disturbing me. Like, it's amazing. For an entire month, I'm not disturbed at all throughout the entire day. And the moment that I actually want to sleep, all of a sudden everyone decides, hey, let's go and call and tell you, hey, sir, I see that the lights are on here. You know, there's this package for this random person on the 3rd floor. Could you take it? No. Exactly. Don't disturb me when I have my beauty sleep. Like, and that, as you mentioned, that happened 3 times today. Like, I woke up at like 5 p.m. as a result. Because it would literally be, I finally get to sleep for half an hour, doorbell rings. I sleep for 1.5 hours, doorbell rings. I sleep for an hour, doorbell rings. It's like, by the time that I finally had a full sleep, it was 5 p.m. But yeah, also I will, during the next ad break, show something that I think is relatively funny. And also makes me wish I could not read. But that's during the next ad break, so... But yeah. I'm kind of sad that you missed the rest of us, Absol, because it was a fun time. But I kind of just wanted to at the very least stream more of it, because I obviously had not streamed for a week at that point. But this is the, I guess, that's the thing, is like, you can argue that the Bermuda chapter and this chapter sort of are connected to each other. But I do still count Bermuda as its own separate thing. But yeah, as for Vega, we will talk more about it once we deal with that point. And once again, the rules are very simple. We are only gonna be doing, or at least until we beat Lemu, we shall just be working with what we currently have, unless of course Lemu is so impossible to beat that we will do it early, and then once Lemu is done and we enter the post game, all bets are off for seeing how insane we can break the game. It's actually really interesting to see this because I've been watching videos on, well, apparently Beast Games Season 2, which is a thing that exists, and I wish I didn't knew about it. And it's interesting to compare this and that for all the wrong reasons. Shoving them upstairs. Oh, cool. Well, that's cool. I am currently thinking about what to write to apply for a job that like fits really within my wheelhouse. Anyway, to make the comparison no one should ever want to make, it's interesting that in Beast Games, like if you look at some of the videos that have come out surrounding Beast Games, like especially I especially recommend folded ideas or folding ideas. Why was I anyway, pointer is just look up Beast Games folding ideas, you will find it, which is absolutely fascinating. 3-hour journey in spread over 2 videos. But the main thing is that the games are so broken in that show that people just don't play them. Like the idea is essentially sort of the same as what we're seeing here, which is, you know, set people up against each other. But in Beast Games, people just go, fuck no. At least from what I understand, it's the same, because I haven't seen it and I don't plan on watching it, but from what I've seen, people just refuse. They just go, yeah, okay, I guess we're just not playing this game if we need to betray each other. And comparing that to what we're seeing here is very interesting in a variety of ways, but it's mostly in the sense that it's the failure of Beast Games that makes it so interesting. Because other shows can get people to work against each other. Which is the entire reason that it's so often a trope of setting people up against each other. So the fact that a children's... But the point that I'm making here is that the fact that a game from 2007 has a better way of showcasing people being set up against each other than a show that has screamed about how they have more cameras than the Olympics is an utter failure on every single part of every person that was part of the process of making that particular show for Amazon. Like, I'm not joking when I say that every single person should be fired. If the game is so broken that you make on television that people just can refuse, and you need to constantly bribe them with money, you've made a shit show. Irrespective of the entertainment quality, you've made a shit show. So the fact that this game is doing a better job of exploring human connections than the most expensive game show ever made is a failure on every single account. For them, but that is, not for Starforce. Yes, there is. No, not Netflix, it's Amazon. Not Netflix. Even Netflix would not have dared to touch that. But yeah, exactly. Like, I'll talk about it in a bit, but before we do that, let's first acknowledge the fact that we've actually seen this, what we're seeing on screen happen before, or at least see talked about, in that, if you remember from the museum chapter, the prelude to Ruin was talked about, and that's essentially what we are seeing here. So we have seen this in the prelude to Ruin that was talked about in the museum, and so seeing that happen in real time is genuinely interesting. Like, it shows how Mu was able to... It essentially shows how Mu was able to essentially destroy all three civilizations. And why they consider strength to be such a big deal within that empire. After all, if the road to ruin, or the preludes to ruin, is based on the destruction of links, then not having them in the first place will not matter. Also, you know, what kind of world do we live in where I'm casually talking about Beast games? I mean, the thing is that, yeah, sure, money is sometimes involved, but with the way that Beast game does it, it feels like... I've surprisingly been thinking a lot about it as a result of just how against logic it is. That it seems like James Donaldson, because fuck if I'm gonna call him Jimmy. But it seems like Mr. James Donaldson has no clue how human interaction works. Like, there's a bit in the folding ideas video that is really telling. Yeah, Jimmy Donaldson is his full name. I just call him James because he doesn't deserve the moniker Jimmy. He's an adult. He should have an adult name. Even though he acts like a 12-year-old, he sure isn't. Exactly, Jimothy Donaldson. And yeah, the first time I heard it, I was laughing as well. Like, wow. Anyway. But it seems that he's fundamentally incapable of understanding human interaction in a way that makes me wonder, and I'm gonna say something that people are not going to like if they are fans of Mr. Beast, but then again, why are you watching me if that's the case? I think he might genuinely be a sociopath. Like, I'm starting to seriously wonder if Jimmy Donaldson is, or Mr. Beast is not a sociopath in some way. Oh, Oh, good lord. I mean, to be fair, that is definitely how it feels. Like, when you have... here's the thing, right? And I think that this is genuinely... If we're talking about genuinely sort of, like, beyond just Beast games and more into game design, like, the moment that you offer money for someone to leave and they take it, that's a sign that you have made a bad... that you have made a flawed game. Like, there are definitely moments where you can be like, okay, you know, here's some money if you want to leave, because... family reasons. Like, it is sometimes done where people are offered a bunch of money because they have to leave the show for medical or family reasons. You know, it's sort of like, you know, you don't get a fair shot at being able to continue, so therefore we offer this sort of like exit so that you can leave the show in a way that makes it seem as if, you know, like there's still some television to be made. It's still television after all, but you can sort of like exit the show through an off-ramp, and that way you can focus on your family. Like, that happens, you know, like that happens because in the end we're all humans. In the end, everyone included in making game shows wants there to be just fun television. The reason I'm saying it is because sociopathy also are a lot of very charismatic people are also sociopaths. That's not to say that every charismatic person is, but there is something called the dark triad of certain characteristics. And I definitely think, well, this is where you often see that sort of like people that are very charismatic and people that sort of like have a big stage presence also just have no ability to feel or to understand emotions or empathy. Like, that is not to say that there is not one personality disorder. It's just that it's sort of like the first one I go to because it's been pointed out so many times that Jimmy's smile never reaches his eyes. Like, if you've ever seen any promotional material in which Mr. Beast is smiling, it is utterly off-putting. And I think, to be honest, that might be because he genuinely... Because a real, genuine smile is something that you can't really fake. It just happens. It's one of the reasons that smiling is one of those really big advantages, or one of those big things within humanity. Sort of like if you see people smile, that has such a reaction on our body because of the fact that it's impossible to fake. Because the release of hormones that come with a genuine smile is one of the oldest quantifiers that we are in a place where we are safe. That we are in a place where we can laugh, that we are in a place where we don't have to worry for a bit. So humanity has evolved to really search for genuine smiles. So the inability to fake one, even for camera, to me is where I'm moving into something to do with something darker than purely being unable to read empathy, because I'm not going to say every single person that's unable to feel empathy is evil. They're not. But what I am saying is that that inability to even fake a smile is where it moves into darker territory for me. Like, you have sociopaths that can genuinely, you know, and exactly, sociopathy doesn't necessarily equate with criminality. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Jimmy has never committed a crime, like, you know, but it is definitely a feeling of like, people are normally really good at hiding it, even if it's sort of like masking in the same way that people with autism might mask. Like, you sort of learn how to do it, and you're always a bit conscious of it, because people often, you know, they don't want to be that way, you know, they want to genuinely feel connection with people. So, and the reason I'm saying that is because you can say what you want, but clearly he's charismatic in some way. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say as if he isn't, from what I've seen. But it sort of like, as a result of it, Beast Games becomes fascinating in the sense that we are seeing the mind at work of Jimmy in the most... Yeah, no, that is fair, but it's sort of like the first label I came that I sort of was wondering about, and obviously I unfortunately don't know the full DSM-5 from the top of my head, but it definitely feels as if at the very least, even if it's not sociopathy, it definitely feels as if there's like on Jimmy's end a disconnect. It could also just very well be that that amount of money has made him unable. Like, I think you could definitely argue that having so much money is in and of itself a problem in regards to how it fucks with our emotions. So you are absolutely right about that, Nanagal. I should probably not have said that, but that was sort of like the first thing that came into my mind. But I definitely, but to be honest, you could also argue that like it's just the sheer amount of money he has just fucks with emotions and empathy in a way that we really should put more research into. Like the fact that he's like, oh yeah, here's a coin and that doubles the money, as if that is as if 5 million isn't already life-changing money. Just that either tells me that this is something, because I obviously don't know much about him beyond what I see on YouTube. I don't know how he is in real life, to be honest, and from what I've heard, he's just a very amicable person outside of YouTube, which, fair, you know, like, all the happier for him. So, in that regard, you could maybe look at money as, like, the sort of, like, where it goes wrong here, is that he became rich at such a young age, that it has just fundamentally messed with his ability to relate to other people. And it really is I feel like it's a really good example that he's like, okay, we already have the life-changing 5 million, which for every, or even just 1 million, which is life-changing for just about every single person on the planet. Oh, here's a coin that doubles it. Like, that's just not really... As a result, something like that just becomes a bit... Yeah. Like, okay, it's 10 million. It's just as life-changing as 5 million. Like, when you do something like a coin flip like that, the idea is, like, let's say that you go from 100,000 to 200,000, because that is a fundamental shift in money. 100,000, in my case, for example, is enough to pay off my student debts. 200,000 is student debts plus a bunch of these other things. Like, if you, that's sort of like, or 500,000 versus 1 million. Like, that's where the doubling of money really does feel like a really fascinating little choice, because of the fundamental difference between the two numbers and what they actively mean. But anyway, I've yapped on about a show that I don't watch and don't ever feel like watching, but I find it fascinating from like a game perspective, because I love game shows. I genuinely, I absolutely adore game shows, so seeing something fail so fundamentally just fascinates me in a way that's really unhealthy. Yeah, that's indeed it. It's like, I think it was like said somewhere that Jimmy is like utterly obsessed to the point that he doesn't really have hobbies outside of it. And, you know, it's... Like I said, it's fascinating because I love shows like The Mole, I love Survivor, I love shows like The Traitors, because they're all such fascinating social... Like, they are essentially the kind of social manipulation that Beast Games has essentially turned into. But they just done better, and I would almost tell the crew, if they ever were to come to me, they never will, thank God, but I would tell them, go watch some of those shows and try to understand why we all like them so much. Definitely is. Like, and to be fair, the other reason that I'm not watching Beast Games is, from everything I've seen, it just looks like an hour-long YouTube video in Mr. Beast style. I can't get through 5 minutes of a Mr. Beast video. Like, if I make it past the 30-second mark, it's a lot. 1 hour of that stuff would be utterly exhausting for me. Like, you know, if we ignore just all of the stuff we just talked about, it's like even if we ignore the fun, the thing that got to me and where I realized that there is something much more fascinating going on in regards to incompetence is, apparently in every episode they have an ad for Rocket Money, which makes sense if it's a YouTube video, right? Like, oh yeah, this video is sponsored by random company, or by random food source, you know? And it's like, okay, that makes sense, but in an Amazon show, that's just tacky in a way that just really gets under my skin in a really bad way. Yeah, to be fair, like I said, I just watch videos on it. Like I'm just doing second-hand stuff in that regard. But I find it fascinating in that regard. It's like sometimes when you see something fail so immensely in its main purpose, it becomes fascinating. In the same way that, say, Clear Coke, or what was it again? Coke Crystal or something like that? New Coke, that's it. In the same way that something like New Coke becomes deeply fascinating from a marketing perspective because of its immense failure, Beast Games becomes fascinating in its failure as a game show. Like, I just kind of like that kind of stuff. Like, being able to really dig into where it went wrong and what that learns. What we learn from that. Anyway, we're in the middle of an ad break, so this is a good moment to torture everyone with this kind of stuff that I was forced to see earlier today. So, I'm a big fan of Paradox Interactive, as some of you might know. There is an update, there's a DLC coming out sometime next week for The Great Wave, which is something we might be streaming at some point later down the line. And they like to do achievements. And achievements are fun. Achievements are fun. You've got stuff like Nobody Did Their Duty, which is has an interesting little thing. And Mikasa es Sukasa. As you do, but then you get stuff like, well, I'll just let the image speak for itself. Right here, this is if you know, you know. This is Well Fame and Power. We have Martin Anwood's Pirates. We have Knock Knock, which is, as you can see, definitely things that are happening. We have Thing Japan, which is already moving into territory. Of course, we also have Everyone Disliked That. I'll just let the image speak for itself. It's if you are like, hang on, is that the... Yes, we have Thanks Obama. I should mention Obama is an actual prefecture in Japan. Like, this isn't just purely for the joke. Also, welcome back. You are about to see something that should not be seen by human eyes. But yeah, so Obama is a genuine like county or prefecture in not prefecture, but it's like a lower level administrative thing in Japan. So this makes surprising sense. We have Railroad Tycoon, of course we do. And then we have this. I'll just let this be shown on screen. This is a real thing. I'll just do enjoy this for a moment. I'll just let this happen. It is certainly a choice to have this. I think this might be the first achievement I will actively avoid taking if I can help it. Like this will be the first ever anti-achievement. I also see that Shada has just entered chat, or has entered the stream. I do apologize to him for this being the first thing he sees. This is definitely the current state of gaming. Like, it is quite the thing. Don't give them ideas. Just don't. I don't know. But yeah, there will be a free update as well. We will be playing Victoria probably on... You love hate it. Yeah, that was roughly mine as well. I've kind of been joking. I've already said it in the Burn Crow Discord as well. I will say I kind of love it for its audacity. Like, I love the audacity of just, like, having... Because the overlap of Sonic fans and, like, Map Paint fans is... it's definitely bigger than you might think. But, yeah, it's... I woke up, it was one of the first things I saw, and, yeah, I lost... I think I lost a few brain cells. I should also mention, like, it's obviously just all in jest. Like if they want to use it at this point, Cold Steel is a meme and it's great. Exactly, yeah. It was like I finally woke up at 5 p.m. and I'm like, oh yeah, right. Today is like the day of the new Death Diary for Victoria, because next week the new DLC is coming out on Tuesday, which I won't be playing because I'll be playing Final Fantasy 14 instead. And yeah, it is. I was like, at first I was like, oh yeah, because there is also a lot of stuff like, oh yeah, this is everything that's gonna be. This is the change logs. This is all the new content. And I'm like, oh yeah, cool. Look at the achievements, cool. Thanks, Obama. A bit weird. Then I come to the last one, and I just close my phone, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a long shower, and I'll just wonder how we got to this point with humanity. Also, as I just mentioned, indeed, Sonia mentioned here as well, the precursor to Ruin, because someone did joke about the flashback to the museum. Here's your flashback. Or the prelude, precursor. Yeah, I personally like prelude more. But that's just me. But yeah, please do enjoy that knowledge. Like, if the thing here is if I have to have seen Cold Steel in a Paradox Interactive achievement, you have to see it. Because I'm not gonna be cursed with this knowledge on my own. Like, that is sort of like, this is my revenge to, now, exactly, now I have spread it. And it is... If I do get it by accident, the last thing I will say this, if I ever do get it by accident, I never want to get it on stream, because then there will be a massive achievement pop up. Please do enjoy. I have actually put the image in Burncrow's server. Please do enjoy. I will say though, Paradox does a lot of meme achievements. It's just that I was definitely, I was definitely sucker punched by that one. I also kind of like it as an idea that it's an anti-achievement, where like you don't actually want to complete it. But yeah, we've kind of been talking a lot about other things, but in the meantime, the story has been progressing. And we are actually seeing some preludes towards Starforce 3 here, with Geo being once again the only person, and everyone bemoaning that particular thing. And to kind of go back into the Beast Game stuff, it is, like I said, interesting how Starforce is capable of representing the loss of link power through a very, I mean, realistic is definitely not the right word, but in a scenario that can be construed as realistic enough. Whereas Beastcapes just didn't really manage to do that. But even ignoring that, the fact that it's like genuinely, even though it's just massive evil, I will take over the world stuff, there is still something to be said if we want to go way deeper than the game has any right to, and we've done that a lot over the course of these streams so far already, and we still have Starforce 3 to go, is that people will give up a lot of powers in exchange for security. This is a known phenomenon. That as long as you yourself are not necessarily affected, then you can justify a lot of cruelty. It's a concept known as the banality of evil. Or it's not quite what the banality of evil is, but it comes very close to the banality of evil. It's the idea that when we think of evil, we think of, you know, stuff like taking over the world. And like, oh, we're robbing a bank, and oh, now we're hijacking a car. Like, that's when we think about evil. What we don't think about is people just ignoring evil, which is just as much a part of that. You know, when you see someone be taken away and don't say anything, when you see, when you betray people for the sake of your own security, when you rubber stamp something that you might or might not even be aware of is going to get people killed. You know, it might just be the day job for you, but it could be fundamentally life-altering in a really bad way for other people. In all those cases, you have the power to at the very least try something. And the banality of evil is how people just don't see it that way. It's the reminder that evil is something that we do all the time, even if we're not aware of it. even if we don't try to, which is how we've come to justify, which is how we've come to talk about some of the darkest periods in humanity. Because you can't just, you know, the thing is, like, not everything, this came back from World War II, which is where sort of like the idea developed. You couldn't just justify say that every single German person was a hardcore Nazi. They were not. They were people just trying to survive, but in that survival they made evil choices, either consciously or unconsciously. And that's the banality, and we're seeing the same happen here to some extent. People, there's definitely the more evil, like, oh, I'm better than them, I'm smart, yada yada, but there's also just the lack of action. Like, the lack of action that happens in regards to Mu appearing and nobody trying to do anything about it is part of that banality of evil. You know, at that point, it's everyone for themselves. And you could argue that the reason that Geo and his friends don't fall for that is because they've already gone through that banality. It's an immense plot point that the link power, that the bonds are strengthened after every single problem that they solve over the course of the game, once the museum chapter hits. Which then essentially creates a barrier against that banality. What Mu does in sort of like a grander design is create the chance for evil to continue. Like, because people often think about bonds as something that's sort of like tangible, but not necessarily strong. Yeah, that's very fair. And to be honest, it's just it's just my own personal interpretation. It's not real. It's not, you know, a thing that, you know, it's just my own personal interpretation. But you know, it's food for thought. And if you feel different, then you're allowed to talk about it. You know, we're an adult channel. We can talk about these things over here. Like I said, we're reading way too much into this than the game intends, but that's kind of what I like, is to see connections that might not be there and just use that as a jumping off point. And so, but to get back to stuff like Starforce, something that I criticized earlier is the fact that those 3 chapters don't really feel relevant to the overall stalking. Like, after we're done with the museum, you know, everyone is taken away, you have the WhatsApp chapter, which is important for the historical context, but Zach's chapter feels like it could plug out everywhere, or could happen anywhere, and I think that that while it's a good way to sort of showcase, like, oh yeah, they've become stronger, and as a result it's like sort of like a shield around Mu's influence. Exactly, but they make a specific point of mentioning it after every chapter. Like, once Luna is saved, and Zack is saved, and Bud is saved, and Sonya is saved, they all mention how their bonds have grown stronger. And I think that that's sort of meant to symbolize the sort of like defense mechanism against what's going on. There we go. Yeah. Okay, aside to the community. Cute. Got Flying Impact. There we go, our first Mega card of, our first Giga card of the game. Sends a high ram column attack. Thank you. But yeah, so, and then also once again, I really like the scene we just saw. In the sense that In the sense that it's, once again, obviously it always happens at the end of every game. As a reminder, like, we really are at the finish line. But it's still fun to see. Like, seeing just how these interactions develop over the course of the game. Or over the course of the games, rather. And to have like this beautiful moment of both, especially of Luna and Sonia, essentially both chastising Geo of like, oh yeah, you know, you won't, we want you to come back, and I will, you know, I will, if you die, I will break our brother band. Like, it shows a level of trust that we didn't really see before in the first game. Like, there was definitely trust in there in the first game, but not to this extent. So it's a nice, once again, it's a nice step up in regards that what happened to everyone definitely has not only strengthened the bonds, but also brought them closer together, which, if we once again talk about a theme that we've talked about a lot over the course of this game, is sort of like a missing link between Starforce 1 and Starforce 3. Like, the character interactions make no sense if you go from 1 to 3, because they needed a second game to not only introduce Sonia as part of the main group. Oh, whoops, that's a...
EM transport, Skywave, on the air!
But also... but it also strengthens everyone in where Geo is more so accepted as part of the group and not merely just sort of like the you know, the token depressed person, so to speak. Like, that's not to say that obviously Geo isn't part of the fan group by the end of the first game, but there is more, it feels more real from the second game onwards. Ooh. I will take the recover 150. Two of them, in fact. A moment, I will read it in a moment. After make the run into the bias, make the mistake of only being able to view things retrospectively and having that influence or judgment about the actions of the people in the past. Give me the choice to choose between ending me and my loved ones in the most inhumane way possible, or to choose life. I'm being honest and say I will not bite the bullets of people I don't know care about. Gotta help people from a position of struggle if you want to. So on top of that, the entire social contract technically extends from your point onward. I mean, that's a fair way of looking at it. Absolutely. Oh, wait, hang on. One moment, I need to quickly write something down. Up, right, down, left, up, right, up, left. There we go. I've just written this down. I can definitely see that point of argument for you. Like, in the end, it's... Up, right. And then we go down. Then we go right again. I will read in a moment. I kind of need to focus here. We go down. Then we go... Oh, wait, hang on. No, wait, this is right. Yeah, no, okay, we went down. Okay. Then we go left. Then we go up. Oh, ah! Wrong way. Okay, we need to go up. Okay, good. We go up, then we go right. Then we go up. Then we go left. Oh, we're all the way back at the start. My bad. Let's try that again. Because we've gone up. Now we go right. Now we go down. Now we go right. Now we go down again. Now we go left. Now we go up. Now we go right. Now we go up. Now we go left. Hang on, wait, what? Up, right, down, left, up, right, up. Wait, what? Why are we back at the... Good lord. And that's the perspective of people who don't lack in independence or strength to begin with. That is a fair... Like I said, Nanika, it's a fair argument, but it's also partially to explain why people didn't... Like, it's more, like I said, it's more so Nanika. Also, the banality of evil is also partially to be fair, it is a retroactive explanation of how humanity could devolve into the baseness of World War II to begin with. Like, when the banality of evil was first talked about, people were still absolutely shell-shocked from not even just, well, to be fair, from World War II. And everything that had entailed. And that was before we even knew like half the things. This was just people's lived experiences. Hang on, I'm gonna need to check this to be real fast. So I definitely agree with your argument that there is another way of looking at it. Absolutely. One moment. Okay, Rockman Exxon, please help me. Oh, hang on. Upright as in upright, not as in two separate spots. I'm just using the Rockman Exxon to be perfectly honest at this point. That is not where we... Wait, what? That is the hideout. Let's just go ahead and go back to the start. I currently cannot... I have genuinely no clue where I am at this point. I'm just running into places. I'm trying to find my way back to the start. Like at this point, I don't even know where I am anymore. So I'm just hoping to at some point. Oh, okay, my apologies in that case. To be honest, I do apologize, Nanaga. I'm also just frazzled from this particular... Okay, there we go. We have found the entrance again. Okay, you should be fully aware if your choices directly impact others, that what you're doing to another person without pressure of your suffering is the ground for suffering the matter. It's mandatory suffering itself. Yeah, I can, like I said, I can absolutely see that argument right there. Absolutely, and to be honest, it's not as if I have like a singular answer to it. I'm actually gonna read it a second time just to be fully sure. Impact other people than what you're doing to another person. Pressure ground for suffering no matter what you do. I mean, it's partially. I don't think it's necessarily word upsy. It's more so that my brain is currently frazzled from trying to solve the Bermuda maze at the same time. So, if you don't mind, I'm gonna continue this particular conversation in a moment. Once the whoopsie is no longer a whoopsie. Okay, let's see here. So, upright. Down right. Down left. Up right. Up left. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, okay, managed to make it out of the maze. Oh, good lord. On Legend of a path that connect to this various land the gods. Stairway to heaven. Do that, you'll wind up back at the alright. Original spot. That's essentially a warning on the end of the game, like, hey, don't pulse out, because you will think it's bad, and I don't want to go through the Bermuda maze all over again. So, once again, apologies, Nanaga. Now that we are out of, for now at least, out of this particular maze, I can actually fully read your thing and understand what it is you're trying to say. thank God actually there's an ad break happening in 30 seconds. Which, yeah, the last 30 minutes we didn't do much, but, you know, we had a lot of lovely conversation. That's important as well. So, yeah, we will start the Moo bit and also finally kicking Vega, not Vega, but a certain playwright's ass for the final time in a moment. After the ad break, which should start in 5 seconds. Do enjoy them. They're full of philosophical underpinnings. At least in theory. Come on, Twitch. Do me a solid and actually have the ad break happen when it should. No, it's still gonna wait a minute. Yay, amazing. Thanks, Twitch. Anyway, in that case, we will just wait for another minute, I guess. It gives me a moment to actually read what is happening in chat. Let me see if I can fully read it. You should be fully aware if your choices directly impact other people, that what you are doing to another person without pressure of your own, without the pressure of your life is ground for suffering, no matter what you do. Yeah, like I said, yeah, I can see that reasoning. And then that in term should be framed as mandatory suffering itself. I'm not sure if I fully agree with that, but mostly in the sense that I don't think there's such a thing as mandatory suffering, in the sense that we aren't all, you know, sort of like born to suffer. But I do agree that, like, on some level I do agree that being aware of suffering definitely sort of puts the onus on you, especially if you can mitigate it without suffering yourself, or at least without suffering in a way that is comparable to the suffering that you are trying to solve. Let's see here. Now I can actually read soul stuff here for a moment. The views and expressions of one's upbringing directly influences whether they would choose one path or the other. There are plenty of people who have chosen to bite the bullets for others they don't know. Many who wouldn't willingly do so. One path or the other doesn't fit in generalized good or bad. That situation that leads to these cases are usually... Yeah, that is also true. But it's like I said, like it was sort of like the concept was sort of brought up after the horrors of World War II. So as a result, it is more so... like as a result, it's sort of like it was trying to understand the horrors of humanity and how humanity could sort of fall into that baselineness of evil. So, but nowadays, obviously, banality of evil is a more complex understanding, and we have made a lot of progress since the 40s in that field. People to do that, I feel the actions are exceptional because they are an exception. You are making choices and impacting life others by the account of a third. Others by the account of a third is a struggle. There's, like I said, there is no singular answer. I personally fall on the line of, like, at the very least, that in action it can be just as evil. But I can see the other line of the argument as well, of where, like, where that safety is just for many a million different reasons just more preferable. And it is true that actions are an exception, and Naga absolutely has a point. Because from what I remember, the only strike in occupied Europe during the Second World War in regards to the deportation of Jewish people was surprisingly in my country, was in the Netherlands. And the fact that it is such an exceptional event is something that makes it, on the one hand, more heroic, but on the other hand, also sort of puts a spotlight on the fact that it is not normal to do these kinds of heroic acts. So it's, in the end, it's not necessary. I don't necessarily agree with the underpinnings of the philosophy itself, but I can see where you're coming from on that front. Especially for sort of like these really big, grandiose things like putting your life on the line for people that you don't know. So there is definitely an argument to be made there, and I think you could. In the end, is life muddy? Yes, it's always muddy. It's always gray. But it's, you know, in the end, whenever we talk philosophy, we often talk about ideal scenarios. And it was, to be honest, as far as it was a way for shell-shocked survivors to explain the last 6 years that they had gone through, you know, like, I've seen a lot worse things written down in regards to trying to justify or explain away what happened in Europe. But yeah, anyway, let's go ahead and finally, for the final time, beat this person's arse. Say hello to Dark Phantom EX, the first official EX fight that we need to fight with 1500 HP.
Bring it on!
He is just, in theory, just as easy as
Goodbye!
as he was the last time around. You know what? I'll just go for a roulette this time around. Also, this is the kind of stuff that if you're new to the stream and you're like, what is he all talking about? Welcome to an average stream over here, where we just casually discuss these things, I guess. You know, it just happens. Oh, you are. That's mean. I mean, it's not average, but it definitely is more common than one would like to believe it is. Exactly, we're vibing while we're beating, for the final time, his...
Here I go!
His Shakespeare's ass. In the end, though, I did not learn any new Shakespearean things that I can say in this instance. Which is a shame, I really should have. But then again, Curtain Call definitely feels the most relevant here. Like, the only big difference between his first outing and now is that he's faster.
Take this! Okay!
But it doesn't, you know, but at this point you should be able to deal with it. There we go. It's Curtain Call for the Dark Phantom for the final time, finally. Allow me to give my final review of the Dark Phantom. 1 star. Keeps yapping, yet doesn't actually give any action worthy of writing home about. I have seen local plays of Romeo and Juliet that I have done better. Yeah, to be fair, if you go to r/movies, there are some reviews up for the new Michael Jackson movie, and it is absolutely glorious what some of them are writing. Like, well, you know that reviewers have a great time when they are just can absolutely tear a movie a new one, and it is some of the quotes that they picked is just chef's kiss. It is great to see. It is. Seeing there is something really cathartic about seeing a bad movie be absolutely ripped to shreds by a reviewer. Just like someone like Roger Ebert really had that ability to be very kind on the surface, and then later on you would read it again and you realize that he's just absolutely eviscerated a movie while staying polite. Also, there we go. It's best boy once again. Oh, accidentally missed one line. My bad. Also, Rogue is just being a badass here. I also love the fact that Dark Phantom is just proud of the fact that he essentially watched two children beat each other unconscious. Also, I love the fact that Solo is just genuinely talking real stuff here. It's the closest we get to an actual reason that Dark Phantom is doing all of this. I'm just doing a lot of screenshotting here. Which in the end could very well be the only reason that he's even here. That he just got a crumb of power and went absolutely power hungry. My problem in the end still stays though that given the fact that he's sort of like the principal villain for the majority of the game, there should have been more to it. Like a side villain just going mad with power, that's one thing. And I like them and they are very fun to deal with. And Xenos in Final Fantasy XIV is one of the best examples of that kind of like no fucks given villain that just is doing shit for the sake of it. But if you are the principal villain in a story and you are sort of like the behind all the machinations, you kind of need more than just, you know, I've been given power and I don't want that power to leave me. I also love the fact that Rogue isn't even phased at this point. He's like, yep. I also love that. Well, the other thing I love as well in this scene is Gio is just there, standing, like, I guess I'm just, you know, poor Gio, just chopped liver in the scene, just kind of like, I guess I'm intruding on something here. It's just like, it feels as if you like see two of your friends or two of your enemies fighting and you're just like, I'm not certain if I should intervene or just get a bucket of popcorn. I will say though, I do find it a bit blah that he does return for like a single, essentially, side quest in the main story in Star Force 3, because like this is the villain that perhaps out of all of the Star Force 2 villains needed to come back the least. Also, what I love here as well, and this is definitely character growth, even if it doesn't seem like it. Because Rogue is confiding into Geo for his plans here. Like, I feel like this is a point that needs to be sort of like punted at. So far, Rogue has not once confided into Geo. At no point has he gone, oh, I'll tell you what my plans are, because, you know, weaklings, yada yada, weaklings, I'm better off alone, blah blah blah. That kind of stuff. You know, just Rogue being cool in all intents and purposes. But this is the first time where the plan is actually sort of like explained to him. Even if it doesn't seem like an important deal, it is the first, I want to say the first time ever that Rogue actively speaks to Geo. Or sort of like even just confides into anyone about what he's planning to do next. And it could for all intents and purposes just be a pride thing. Where he's like, you know, it's my home, at this point you're just a guest, I'm just gonna tell you what I'm gonna do and you're gonna fuck off, but... even then, it's still character growth. And this then also comes into account, this then also takes into account the character growth in Star Force 3, where the two, even though they don't necessarily see eye to eye, because I've seen people say like, oh yeah, in Star Force 3, Rogue is put into a caricature. He isn't. The growth is already happening. It's just not normally in text. It's more so in... surprisingly, I'm making the connection with Xenos again for the second time today. But in the case of Xenos, there's also character growth in the sense that since you know, the main character and the villain fight each other so often, there is a sort of mutual understanding between the two of them. Like the mere fact that we have fought him multiple times is in and of itself an issue he had to resolve within himself. But yeah, welcome to Moo! Exactly. The mere fact that Geo could break his indie proof was something that he needed to resolve within himself. And he has done that to some extent, even if he will never fully admit that. But as for the Bermuda thing, I do think it could have been better communicated that they are only 5 actions. Which I will actually write down differently now so that... I do think that it could have been better communicated that it was a single word instead of 10 different actions in the Bermuda maze. But that's a design flaw that you can't really fix. That's just DS limitations. But yeah, welcome to Moo! Exactly. Okay, what do we have here? Modeled after human faces. As we move into the first dungeon, or at least the first of 2 or 3 sets. So we need to do... I've been wondering for a while now how they're gonna translate this particular mechanic. Oh, absolutely. That would be indeed really, really cool. Okay, so we've got on calf. Oh, hang on.
Let's do this. Have some of this.
Also, we are going to be activating the first of... oh, hang on. We are going to be activating the first of the assist settings. Oh, the first of the difficulty settings HP recovery is from now on gonna go on. And the reason why is about as simple as it gets, which is that we are going to be fighting a lot of high-level enemies, and more specifically, puts us back at Echo Ridge, and I genuinely just don't want to have to deal with the Bermuda Maze if I can help it. We will still need to, but if I can help it, I don't want to at this particular point in time.
Okay.
Come back when you can put up a fight.
So this is just purely for my own sake. Now, in theory, we could just not do this. We could just look up the answers, but where's the fun in that? Okay, let me see here. So we have one... Let's just go ahead and... Okay, door over there. Let's check that first. Your road shall be opened unto the one who reads and understands the tale of Mu inscribed in the 4 stone tablets. Chronology is paramount. And yeah, from now on, it's a matter of making sure that we do not get caught. Six first. I mean, fair, but we also need to get the blue stuff anyway. Ancient ruins. I was wondering who this particular voice is, to be honest. As long as it's vanished, but my spirit lives on as a residual wave. I do wonder who did. In the end, you never do get an answer. Oh, by all means, please do give me. Okay, there we go. Special power of Mu was the object of fear from other peoples of the world who sought to drive them out. We got fun. I'll make a quick... There we go. There's our 200... Oh, that is... Wow, okay, that is a jump up right there. I will take the 200. More importantly, now that we've gotten this, we can just quickly... What if it's the voice of the soul once belonging to the Mu associated with each mirror in your face? You're gonna have to be a bit more clear on that one, buddy.
Here they come.
Okay.
Like, I'm afraid you're gonna be... Or you mean sort of like that every single million that we have fought at some point in the game sort of like has a collective voice. Sort of being unable to accept the abuse that Vega forced onto the civilization, which would be a cool way of looking at it. Radar missile 3. Which we don't have. Because like I said, you're gonna need to be a bit more explainy on this front.
Here we go.
to wave change. They already possess it. Energy more would be. Oh, or the being. Oh yeah, okay. So sort of like the. I'm also want to say you're almost arguing that it's collective unconscious of Mu. Which. No worries. I would argue that that's a cool little headcanon.
All according to plan.
Let's get past any. Okay, interesting. Oh dear. Okay, where do we need to go here? Okay, so we've got two. We've got one here and one here. Yeah, let's take. Yes. I think that that's a cool little explanation, sort of like, almost like, you know, the civilization itself wanting to stop Mu's rampage. The search led them to us end, and there they found the great being, the source of all EM ways. So we got a wall. More you know, you're meant to be fading voice. That's a, yeah, like I said, that's a cool little headcanon. Oh, one more. Oh dear, red guy. Thank you very much for the follow. Currently, in the meantime, yeah. For some reason, I can't. I can't download it. Maybe I need to just restart Steam for that. Also, Daisy Swag, thank you so very much for the raid. Hello everyone, I'm Tribe. We are currently in the finale of Mega Man Star Force 2's main campaign. So you have actually managed to get in just on time. Let me go ahead and throw in a shout out to Daisy Swag 92. I hope you guys had a lovely time with whichever it is that you were streaming. Hope you had a fun time. I'm Tribe. We are streaming Star Force until over the course of a variety of streams. Until we have 100% of the entire game, the entire collection. With the exception of Tuesday. That's when we will be streaming Final Fantasy Patch 7.5. Great being. Okay, so we have all of them. Cool. Hope you're having. If you've played Star Force before, then like Dragon. Oh, nice. I was actually also at Dragon. So cool, dude. Hope you had fun.
Double try. Sorry.
I will say the post game of Star Force 1 is a lot more. I mean, it's still fun, but it's not as story heavy as the other post games. Oh, cool. I will say I'm really happy with the way that they managed to translate a lot of Star Force 1's mechanics outside of the touchscreen.
We deleted them into next week.
Okay, I'm gonna need to very quickly take a look at them again. Post game. I mean, to be fair, I will say, Dashi, the post-game, the quality of life features make the post-game so much easier to deal with. Okay, so we start off with Cough. Let me see. Okay, so we start off with Cough. Okay, that was later. Let's see. Hang on, was Power AM base. There we go. Then, so we do a Cough to Fawn. So that special power object of special power of move was the object of fear from other people's of the world who sought to drive them out, which is okay. Hang on, I need to very quickly. Their search led them to Earth's end, and there they found the Great Being, the source of all EM waves. The Moonbeat got them with the Cuff first, yes, and I'm kinda not sure if it's either Mir or Fawn. I know that Wall needs to be third or fourth. I think it's Cuff, Mir, Fawn, Wall. So you start off with just who they are. Oh, thank you. That is deeply appreciated. I will be honest, I've played Starforce 2 the least, and some of these, maybe it's easier in kanji. Let's see if the story makes sense this way. So, people, let's see, the searchlight them to Earth's end. The power to manipulate the ears from the grain being and the special powers of the... Oh yeah, I can see that. Okay, so, Cuff first. I'm gonna go ahead and temporarily look at my screenshots here for a bit. So I'm not gonna be able to see anything on Twitch's end. So then, pardon me, I'll be unable to say anything. That is fully fair. Then Wall, you said. I do appreciate the answer. Then we have Wall. I feel definitely ashamed for being such a big fan of Moors especially, and then just not being able to remember this. But it's been literal years since I last played Starforce 2. That is my excuse. And then finally we have Mir. Oh, Wall. No, my bad. Yeah, Mir's last. Okay, and then we have Wall. Oh, good lord. Oh, I've done this completely wrong. And then it is 4. There you go. Okay, there we go. But I kind of like the fact that we are learning the history of Mood this way. Oh, please do. I really should also get Un to see if I can kind of point him towards making that that image that we talked about a while ago. And also welcome back everyone from the ad break. Apologies for... wow, that took a lot longer than I expected. I do apologize for that. I was unaware that the ad break was already happening. Anyway, we're gonna have to deal with all the enemies once more. And so we once again are dealing with the Yeti Blizzard. Hope you remember him. Hi Sully, how you doing? Welcome to Yeti Blizzard EX, 1200 HP. And let's go double tribe on him.
You ready, Mega? Okay.
Oh, whoops, need to... There we go, that's why we went for Zerker. Because his attack is actually a ×2 modifier. Isn't that fun? I think it is. I also love the fact that we can essentially bait him. And there we go, the J-Blitz is all done.
Come on, I was just getting started.
Just remember what every character is weak to and hope that you have a brother with that. Yeah, like I said, we are using the ability to just have our HP back up at the end of every fight, because otherwise this area is just not doable in one run. That is true. That is very true indeed. Also, hang on. Ooh, before we do anything else. Let's just very quickly. Because we need happy, happy music! There we go, that's deluxe energy, thank you. And Moo is where it all begun, where it all went. Just create peril to yourself. Aww. There we go, that was the happy, happy music. So we make our way onto the second part of the dungeon, which is the Room of Heroes. Yeah, they are cute. Can only be beaten by sword attacks. Yep, but sword attacks have very much returned. Tale of Moon is coming to the postgame stone tablets. Okay, so we do need to... Okay, which one shall we do first? We might first go and try to get the blue wave here. Just because we can, yeah, let's just grab the blue one first.
Let's finish him off quick.
It's going to get flying impact.
We deleted him into next week.
Gives us heater up at 2, which I don't think we had yet. Oh, I'm... There we go. And that is... Ooh, nice. That is Plasma Gun 3. I'll take that as well. Let's go to 66. Okay, now the main question is, where do we go from here? We might want to grab the furthest away first. Just because we need to go there anyway, and then we can make a full rounded trip around the room. First things first though. That is 1918 zennies. But yeah, something you will notice as you play through this dungeon is that every color has its own separate logo you need to make. So you can actually time it so that you can just remember which color belongs where, and then you don't even need to see it. Okay, we have the Mu technology for materializing EM waves allowed the civilization to advance, and for a time they lived in peace, giving us Abash. Luckily for us, the next one is right nearby. We have one day invaders appeared in the Mu's land, Earth's end, and that tried to drive out the people of Mu, giving us a Massa. And we also want that. And then the next one is... Okay. We need to go back to the beginning. Giving us HP memory plus 20, thank you. Oh, joy. Yeah, let's just run for now. I'm not in the mood to deal with them. What's the safest choice? Yeah, I might as well go ahead and deal with it. There we go. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Zully. I've also done this so many times on the Nintendo DS that see, what do we have? The Great Being first gave the Mu a language, giving us stuck. Yep, it really exemplifies the fact that Mu was not necessarily reliant on just pure land anymore. It could also just represent the fact that even though they still the roads still exist, obviously over the years more and more blocks have just fallen down. We'll use language to control EM waves and create a thriving civilization, giving us Zol. Let's also grab Silver Meteor, thank you. Just very quickly do this, can't be bothered. Like, I will at some point. Let's first of all save here, because we immediately have a fight. Okay, let me see what you wrote again. There we go. So let me go ahead and make... Oh, oops. Yeah, let's first of all go ahead and take a look at our things. We have Zul, Tuck, Massa, and Ibash. I'm gonna just trust you on this one, Sol. Okay, so we start off with Tuck. Then we move into Azul. And then we have a bush. And then finally Masa. There we go. Seems you were right on the first round. Go and save. As we move into the next boss fight, after all, it is still a boss rush. Just a bit more stuff attached in between. And there we go, it's messy once more. Let's go ahead and deal with Messi one final time. With 100 a bit more, let's not double drive you.
Bring it on!
1600 HP, so far the most difficult enemy that we fought.
Got you.
I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that
Goodbye!
there we go. If you have Zerker, it is definitely interesting how Zerker has two of the bosses that have a weakness against him. Versus one for the other two.
Go.
So Messi especially is relatively easy once you learn about that. Yes, yes. Which might be why it was chosen as sort of like the default one that is in every game. Got to do double tribe on this.
Double try. Zerker.
And I think the next one is weak to fire, if I remember correctly, from the stream.
Have some of this.
You're done for.
Okay, you've got Dark Phantom. Not exactly... Oh right, that's because... Goddamn rocks. Let's just go for roulette. You know what? I'll take it. There we go. Let's beat them with their own hero. Looks really nice in this version.
All right.
There
that
we
was great.
go. And while we did get hit, I don't think we got hit that often. Sometimes you just get really lucky with card balls. As we move into the third chamber, the final puzzle chamber. Also like the fact that they still somehow managed to bring it back to Geo's not obsession with space, but Geo's just love for space. And cryo sleep is something that we are trying to get working, but like the best way I've seen it described is the freezing isn't the problem; it's the unfreezing that's the problem. Like, putting people on ice is easy, and you can do it on Earth if you really want to. The main problem is that ice, famously, is less dense than water is. Like, water, as in, like, sort of like the entire thing, is at its densest at 4 degrees Celsius. So ice needs to inherently expand. Which is why often you'll see people say, like, okay, make sure that all the water is out of the pipes if you go away for a long time in the winter, because ice expands. And that means that ice also expands, the water in your cells also expands and rupture the cell wounds. Or rupture the cell, not wounds, but the cell linings. So you need to find some way to, because there are solutions, it's just that the solutions we currently have are deadly. They're poisonous. Like, antifreeze is doable, but we need to find some kind of natural antifreeze that won't kill us, and that's where the real research is currently lies. And yeah, to be fair, the fact that they used the EM bodies to fight was already essentially all but set in was up when you started seeing what the EM bodies were actually used for. In the meantime, let's see if we can get to the final. Okay, so we've got one here and one here. Let's just start at the top. Now, I'm not certain if this is on the timer. Yeah, this is on the timer. That is 15%. Please don't come this way. Thank you. There we go. We have those Mu who left Earth use the M warriors to wipe out the invaders. Got a Rai. Do you count as cutting? I really should get back to actually. I really should go back to at very least reading the kanji that I'm working on.
Wait, ace that.
No. Ninja counts as a sword? Oh, that is great. Oh, yes. Okay, we don't need swords in our arsenal, it seems. And we got K-Knuckle, okay. Which is a top grade weapon. There we go. Oh, and that's also not over here. Got 140. Undershirt is okay. First, how much is first barrier? 30, okay. Load shoes is surprisingly useful, but let's grab the double HP. Actually, hang on. With that knowledge, it's 50, it's 50. 225. 120, 180. Hang on. And that gives us 45, which isn't a lot. There we go. That gives us still 750, but it just looks a bit nicer. Okay, there we go. After the appearance of the invaders, the Mu were divided into those who embraced the war and those who rejected it. As we are getting more and more pieces of information on what's going on. And over here... Ooh, that one is by far the longest, so we want to grab that first. I should also mention you get one shot at this. If you fail, you need to fight them. We have the Mu in the sky conquered all of the people below and ruled the earth. Seriously, Chan? Oh, come on. That is not what I associate with Chan. Let's grab the final one. Yeah, please do. And we finally have humans who rejected the war, forsook their land, and scattered across the earth. And so those who embraced the war used the power of Ian waves to raise their land into the sky. As we get 5, the final one. Get to recover 200. I will take that. Yeah, there we go. We'll have to come back here anyway for stuff, so... Okay, now let's go and take another quick look at what you have written earlier. Okay, there we go. First of all... we have Masa. Bash. Shan and Phi. Oh, oops. Okay. Here we go. Final round. Zul, Ibesh, Masa. Okay, so let's see if you are right about this again. Then we move into Masa. Then we have Phi, which I accidentally... And finally, we have Xian. See if this is correct. The answer is no. Okay, this is the part where we quickly look up the answer. No, I don't want to log in by fandom with fandom. Fuck that noise. Great, but it's the puzzle that I need an answer to. Oh, hang on. There we go. Okay, we have, I think, an answer. First one looks wrong. Let me see here. So we have Masa. Oh, no, we started with 4. Let me see. I think the first 2 are wrong, to be honest. Did I accidentally pick the wrong? I did! Oh, that's on me. That is on me. Okay, yeah, no, okay, I see what I did wrong there. That is a painful mistake to make right there. I accidentally pressed the ones from earlier. I was already like, hang on, I've seen these 2 before. Okay, let's try this again. You're right, I was like, hang on, I've done these before, but sure, it goes to show how much I remember. 4, 5... Right... And then finally... Shan. There we go. I see the mistake that I made. That is an awkward mistake to make, but so be it. I kind of love the fact that you just immediately recognize those symbols. Like, I barely know what the Japanese, what the hiragana symbol for N is. Like, because it's a weird formed H. Which, yay, that's one kanji I know. Just many thousands to go. That's fair. Anyway, let's deal with Condor one final time. Now we can't use grass stage. But we can still, I mean, we can still use it to some extent. Ooh, nice. Oh, cool.
Goodbye.
I will be honest, I don't think I've ever finished. This is a bit awkward to say. I don't think I've ever fully completed the Starforce 2 postgame. Fair. Isn't Apollo actually like the newborn child of Mu? From what I remember from the lore.
Here I go.
Goodbye.
Like if I remember my lore correctly.
Got you.
You're done for.
Which that technically means we killed. Rogue's brother.
Never let your guard down.
Like, that would probably explain why he's so annoyed at us at some point. But then again, he always is. Some level. There we go. That is the final, at least the final repeat done. Let's go ahead and save just in case. Because we got a couple of, not necessarily back-to-back boss fights coming up, but... This is, I think, also by far the longest boss rush in the game, just in general. Like, if you never leave, you will have to deal with 6 or 7 bosses back-to-back, which makes Lemu the most boss-heavy area in any game, to be perfectly honest. Even in Battle Network, you don't get that many. That's fair. I also love the fact that Solo, or that Hollow over here, is seriously going, well, why wouldn't you want that after trying to kill him? Why, our vision is almost being realized. Now that you're still alive after we tried to kill you and you didn't die. Yeah, that's fair. I would need to be playing. We will see that once we get to the Starforce 3 post game. Also need to very quickly clean my glasses, so please do give me one moment. And this is where we get another question that has sort of been... The interesting thing here, once again, is this is a question that I feel if it was more relevant or more prevalent throughout the game would be much more of a reveal. Good that the music stops. It gives me a moment to go ahead and clean my glasses here. But no. The disappearance of Mu is like always sort of in the background, in that a lot of characters talk about it, but it's never like... This is where I feel like Starforce 2 is often the black sheep as well. Like, if we do talk about negatives, I feel that something like Mu's sort of like decline and why it disappeared should be a much bigger deal after it becomes clear that there is some connection. But it just isn't. Just randomly, this is now a thing. It's important for Solo, like, it's what he's been searching for, but for us as the main character, we just... Like, it's an interesting tidbit. But it just should have played much more of a role after the museum chapter, after it became clear that there was some level of connection. Which is why I feel like a missing... Which is why I feel that there is almost a chapter missing between Sonia and then Mu. Where maybe now that everyone is together, they kind of spent a chapter trying to figure out more about this thing. Like, now that we know that we're dealing with this threat, that it's like, okay, now that we know this, what can we actually learn? And then just kind of spend a chapter, like 1 or 2 hours, just kind of allowing these questions to show up. It's less that, it's more so that, like, in general, there are a lot of interesting ideas that are being thrown around. in regards to like the history of all of this that I just never really delved into, and it would also deal with the problem that it feels like you go from what should be the end of Act 2 immediately into the end game. Like there is definitely, I've said this before today, it feels like there's a chapter missing, and I think that if you were to use that chapter to deepen sort of like a moment of research, maybe even without a boss fight, right? Like you don't necessarily need a boss fight. Exactly. Like you could use that chapter to explore it more deeply, and then this question would be interesting for us as the player as well, as well as for Solo. I also love this particular line. Like, it is normally you have that whole technically correct thing, but in this case the technically correct thing is just a really cool line, like. Once again, small bit of character growth. Do like the fact that he uses the uppercut, because, you know, he's still our boy. Once again, it's that moment where it's essentially, even though he will not admit to it, he is essentially telling us, like, go do this. Like, he doesn't necessarily have an intention to help us, but it's, once again, it's that tiniest step of character growth that we're seeing. Even if he will never admit it, which, fair, that's why he's a favorite edgy boy. Anyway, let's go and do a final save. We have literally just saved, so that's helpful. Let's just save, just in case. Again, I am from the generation of multiple saves. Cool. Okay, as we move into the final bit of the base game. You can also see how much more quickly, or how much faster, more quickly, good lord. Words difficult. How much faster everything now is. It's essentially the game's way of saying, you've had your practice run. So, now you get to do it for realsies. Also the first time that we've actually spoken to Vega, or know anything of her existence. Also of Geo that, unlike the first game, where Geo definitely was really scared, he's once again, it's that tiny bit of character growth. Of Geo at first being too scared to really do anything, to now, in the first game, to now just psyching himself up. So it's sort of like the final bit of character growth before you move to the start of Starforce 3. Which is where the connection then finally makes sense. Oh yeah, fair. Very fair. Also, this is the first time that we see a villain try to... Also, no. Surprisingly, that one line then could in theory connect to a thought regarding Danganronpa, and I'm not gonna go there because Danganronpa is, just, in my opinion, shit series. It's like, oh yeah, those that are smart and stuff should rule. I'm like, that slides very close to a series I don't want to talk about. Because so much of that series is missed potential. It's not even that I necessarily dislike it. Like, the music in Danganronpa is absolutely amazing, and I will, and in fact, I have, until I couldn't no longer afford my Spotify subscription, have used the Danganronpa music as my outro music for years. So it's not necessarily that. It's more so that so much of Danganronpa is missed potential because it never dares to actually move up, so to speak. Like, so many of the... If we just ignore the fact that so many of the themes just are repeated so ad nauseum that they lose all meaning. The other problem with Danganronpa, more specifically, if I'm allowed to go on the tier here for a moment, I am, it's my stream. The problem with the themes of Danganronpa is the first game starts off relatively juvenile, which makes sense, but it's never built upon. Like, there is never an escalation. Every single game comes back to the same principle, rehashed in some other way that tries to be like it's a whole new thing, when in reality it isn't. Like, have the balls to go into a more adult direction, not necessarily in like sort of like the visuals, but more in the themes. Go for more, you know, adult themes. Like, now that you've established the whole bullshit thing, you know, go into the gray areas of that particular topic instead of constantly rehashing the same two words as if they have any form of meaning. There's so much potential in the series, and it's all wasted. And I hate it. I get more angry with wasted potential than I get with a product that's just bad for the sake of it. I don't know. I'm just... Yeah. Anyway, we can... I will say I will absolutely play Danganronpa 2 times 2, if only because I find the characters in Danganronpa 2 to be the most fun. But I will be doing that probably in my own time. But yeah, we're learning more about Vega's personal backstory. Which, based on And to be honest, this is where sort of like the fact that the game comes from Japan is more iffy, because there are some, based on the designs and outfits, you can argue that the real world parallels are either Korea and China or the Himalayan states. And that is not necessarily a conversation Japan specifically is capable of dealing with. Like, depending on how you look at it, it's either Korea or in China, which just... Japan is still not capable of having a normal conversation about the war crimes they've committed there. Or it is the Himalayan states, in which case you still get into some iffy territory, even though Japan had nothing specifically to do with it. Like, Japan isn't known for, you know, showing outsiders in a positive light, so... Oh. The other problem with Vega is that this backstory comes at the very end. Like, at this point, any semblance of care for Vega, beyond just that she's the villain, is long since been thrown out of the window. Like, and that's the thing, with I may often make comparisons to the FM King, because that's obviously the other villain we've seen. But even with the FM King, even if we didn't see him, his influence was everywhere, and more importantly, people were talking about him. It's like, with the FM King, there was always, every boss fight got closer and closer to us having some level of understanding of our final enemy. With Vega, it's like, she's there, but the main character never deals with her until this point. Apart from one or two lines in the game, she's never even mentioned to the main characters. And all of a sudden, we need to care, and it just doesn't work. Like, yeah, you know, there are a lot of themes that Vega represents that you could explore more, but since she only comes now, why would you? You're at the end of the game. And that's a shame, because I think Vega could have been a more well-rounded character if there was some time spent with her, or... I can even imagine that the third chapter, so the museum chapter... Like, here's how I would have... If I'm allowed to make, like, changes without changing the fundamental structure of Starforce 2, here's what I would do to make Vega a more interesting character. Have her be in the museum chapter. Like, have her be... Instead of having a guide wave matter, have her do the... Like, have her go ahead and do the museum tour. As a, you know, make it so that she's like she's an expert on Moo culture, you know, and then she can sort of weave in her own ideas on Moo and on society as sort of like little ways that sort of like that can be seen as like, oh, you know, it's just the tour guide being the tour guide, you know, it's just playing off for laughs, and then at the end, suddenly all of that makes more sense. Like, that way you don't even need to change the structure of the game. You can just have Vega be the tour guide, and then you also connect Vega as in... Especially if she just disappears after everything is being stolen. She can become this sort of like moment of like, oh yeah, you know, like the seeds had already been planted of like, oh yeah, her organization, that's the entire reason she was there, in order to steal the U part. But we accidentally showed up and she had to pretend to be a tour guide. You know, we can still get the tour EM wave matter later if we come back or something like that. You know, like, oh, we do apologize. You know, like here's the tour guide, the but then we can still get that whole scene if we want to. But this way, you sort of connect Vega not only to the bigger story, but you also allow her ideas to stutter, to sort of like be, you sort of allow her ideas to be put in a pot of water and just let it go for a bit. You know, she can put little pinpricks about like modern society or about how great the other empires were, stuff like that. You know, like you can easily write it to make it play off as like, oh, just a tour guide being a tour guide. And then you come here and all of a sudden, like you might have even thought about what she said and might have come to some conclusions on your own if you wanted to. That single change would, I think, help Vega establish much more as not only a character just in the world, but also, you know, give us as the character, give us as the players a reason to care. Like, that's the one single change I would make, and that would already help with the writing in this final part. Because that's in the end what's really needed. The main fault, especially in the last chapter here, is just the lack of caring for the stakes. We care because, you know, it's a world-ending threat. But that's where it begins and ends, with caring. You know, like, we don't care about Vega beyond the fact that she's the big bad. We care more about Solo and about Hollow because we've actually interacted with them. You know, we've interacted too much with a certain drama-obsessed freak. Yeah, and then, because once again, the big thing about the FM King is that even if he wasn't there, his shadow was always ever present. And I'm just missing that shadow with Vega. Like, I'm just missing that. She's always been on the sidelines. Even when... I've completely forgotten what his name even is. Even when Hyde, you know, is shown Vega, it's like, yeah, it's a great moment for him, but why would we as a player care? We have no connection to Vega. Like, I'm willing to defend Starforce 2 on a lot of things. It has interesting themes. It has interesting boss fights. You know, the combat is better. But I'm not gonna sit here and defend the fact that the main villain has just zero presence. Like, Rogue is maybe the best just character in the game and in the series. It's because of how fascinating he is as a mirror to Geo. But there is in this chapter, like, there's so much in this chapter to love as well. I love Mu, I love Le Mu. I mean, this could very well just be a ceremonial dress, to be honest. Like, I'm more than willing to chalk it up as like, this is just what women ceremonial dress from the people in our country. You know, that's just what I'm, you know, like, there's no reason not to believe that. Yeah, that too. But it's like, that's the thing, is I love the architecture of this place. It's so different from, or like exactly, but it's also like, we don't really see this in either Battle Network or in Starforce. Like, we don't really ever deal with the ancient parts of the world. So this is, if we talk about sort of like expanding the history of the world, Starforce 2 does so much well, and that is just this. Like, there's just something missing here in this chapter, and it's probably the lack of stakes. Like, it's like I said before, there have been sins that you can very easily, and that I have easily justified over the course of the game that each chapter committed, but they now all come back home to roost. Like, all of these design sins, all of these story-based sins have come home, and as a result, the last chapter just kind of feels without a real purpose beyond just beating the final bad for the sake of it. There's definitely character moments that are in the game that are being resolved here, and they're doing it really well to set everything up for Starforce 3. But, like, in regards to the main story of Starforce 2 itself, the final chapter just doesn't really do much. It has cool visuals, but story-wise, it's a bit of a nothing burger. Due to the sins that were sort of like start to have all sort of stacked up on top of each other. But yeah, we have an outbreak in 15 seconds. Do enjoy it, because we are not going to be starting Lamu until afterwards. Please do enjoy the outbreak. It has someone ranting and raving about power in it. Which is always fun. Wat is dit? Fietsens... Wait, wat? Waterbedrijf Vitens waarschuwt voor een tekort aan drinkwater als er geen nieuwe bronnen en infrastructuur... Oh, wat? Is dat overal of is dat waar? Dus er meer water wordt geleverd dan gebruikt dat geneemd wordt. 119 tot 1 liter? Per persoon? Oh god jongens, we zitten al met een elektriciteitsprobleem. There we go, welcome back everyone. I just read about the fact that we are entering another crisis in my country. Always fun. So let's see if we can do this in one go. And this is gonna be also by far the longest fight. Welcome to Lamu, he's 2000 experience, and we are not gonna do anything with it at first. Because before we can even begin to attack him, we first need to go out and deal with the shields. So that's why we are currently not doing anything. And there we go. Now the real fight can begin. First things first, let's deal with grass stage. Now the real fight can begin.
Here I go.
You can probably see already what the main gimmick is going to be here. This is, I think, by far
You're done.
the most difficult fight in the game.
You're done for.
I think that there's no one that is gonna be saying that it isn't.
Double try. Saurian.
So I'm just gonna be purely focusing for now.
Try King.
I really... Yeah, this is gonna be a difficult fight, but we can do it. The important thing is we can do it. I will give it a few more times at least.
Mega Man Starforce 2, Zerker Ninja.
Indeed we can. Like the first round is definitely the practicing. No, we're not. We are absolutely not. We are just gonna go ahead and press the start button.
Let's make this
Yes, you
quick.
can always do that. That was in the game. That had always been in the game. Like that was also in the DS version. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not gonna say that you were. Okay, there we go.
Go.
Okay, there's double tribe here. Yeah, that's fair.
Double try. Zerker.
I will say if we every single time that we are beaten, we will make the fight easier for us. Like, Lemu is definitely... It's mostly his machine gun that is by far the most difficult to avoid.
Drive on, ninja.
It's also like you need to get really lucky with when you with your health drops. Like if you are not lucky with that.
Double drive, Saurian. Here I go.
Goodbye.
That is fair. Luckily for me, I played Final Fantasy XIV at some point. Therefore, I am well aware of a singular rule, which is know when the animation is finished, or not finished yet, but when you can still fight. Good lord.
Have some of it. Got you.
Yeah, that is fair.
Kid.
Okay, we are gonna go ahead and slowly but steadily up the assists over here. We are gonna go ahead and move the Mega Buster power to 200%. Every single time that we die, we will up
Mega Man Starforce
one of the
2,
things
Zerker Ninja.
for the sake so that we can actually finish this today. We just start with a power of 200%. Then we go to 300, then to 400, then to 500, and then we will slowly add the damage reduction into the mix. So that's how we're gonna play this, because I don't have all evening, to be perfectly honest. But I do want to, at the very least, go ahead and try and beat the game as it's meant to. Which is why I don't want to use damage reduction yet. That one is... Oh. But you can see how just the times 2 damage is already breaking Lemu to some extent. Oh yeah, that is, yeah. I also normally use mostly like, sword in Starforce 3 is absolutely busted, and I'm more than willing to go and make a sword deck.
Double try, Zerker.
So I'm just focused here. It's also what I'm trying to avoid. I mean, to be fair, I am very much still using it, but still. Yeah, never mind. I'm saying stuff.
Got you. king.
You're done for.
Indeed, woo, indeed.
Have some of this.
I think it is most fitting if we beat him with Tribe King. All we had to do was put our busted damage to 200%. But yeah, Louis, I genuinely feel that Dragon is a lot easier, but that might, or at least Meteor Dragon, might be because I've played it so many times for the speedruns that I've done. Also, what do you do when you have failed your evil plan? What do you do when you failed your evil plan? What do you do when you failed your evil plan? You will destroy the entire Earth. Didn't quite work, but... I know, right? Very inspiring. I love how Hollow is just like, yo, no, great, need to do something else for a bit. Have fun. In the meantime, Hollow just... Unfortunately, Hollow has already... Hollow, I have some bad news. Your plan has already failed. Yep, there we go. And once again, I wish I just cared more about Vega at this point, but I just don't. If once again, this is a problem where Vega just not being in the story for the majority of it until the last chapter is essentially backfiring. Because the relationship between Altair and Vega could have been such an interesting wrinkle to the entire thing. But it just isn't. And the fact is that it's like the music is playing and it's all triumphant, but it just doesn't feel earned. And to be honest, we're coming back to a topic we talked about so often, which is Starforce being way ahead of its time in relation to the topics it discusses. Because let's face it, what is Altair? Thanks, dude. Thanks for linking it. Thanks for clipping it. That's appreciated. Exactly, that's indeed, yeah, exactly. I was suddenly distracted by a clip for no reason. Exactly, they're trying to replace Lost Loved Ones with AI. Like, I actually retweeted something on Blue Sky today that was research into... they were doing research into what AI recommends to people. Like, they've looked at different chatbots and see what the recommendations are that they give to a simulated hypothetical individual. The mere fact that we're doing that research is terrifying. But we have seen people, and we're getting into dark territory, but so be it. People have killed themselves over this stuff. Like, the question never was if someone with... because, you know, I'll be honest, I've puffed about with AI. Mostly because, yeah, I was curious. You know... I was curious about it, and I'm like, you know, everyone is talking about it, might as well see what the hell it is. Exactly, it's when that moment would come, and that moment has unfortunately already happened. But it's like, I messed around with it, and I'm like, yeah, it's a fun toy. Like, I will not disagree that, like, it's a toy for all intents and purposes. You know, but... You know, I also got bored of it after 30 to 40 minutes. You know, I'm like, okay, I've got my fill. I now know what it does, and it's just, in the end, just well, it's a large language model. It's just an advanced word processor. Which is fun, but like, I have the ability to say, like, okay, I'm done with it, it's a toy, and maybe in the far future, like, it's probably a dead end, but it still sort of like gives humanity, like, the idea of what true AI could be. You know, in regards to showing humanity what true AI could be, I think that LLMs have served their purpose. You know, in my opinion, it's a dead end. It's a scientific, technological dead end. But I guess we can now officially say that we've seen it happen in the 2020s decade. Woohoo, we live in the future, great. But not everyone has that ability. Like, I can totally see, if you are in a vulnerable moment, that you talk to an AI that you have sort of made to act like some dead loved one. And how that will absolutely fuck with your brain. Our brains are not biologically capable of processing the difference between someone that is alive and someone that's a simulacrum. Like, nowhere in nature do we get the ability to talk to people that are gone. Like, I mean, obviously you have letters and stuff like that, but I mean, like, talk. You know? Whatever the fuck happens after this, we cannot know on this side of the veil. And the idea that even if it's only technologically, that ability, quote-unquote, exists, fucks with people's brains. So, you know, it's... Not everyone has that ability. It's something that we're seeing as well with dead people being brought back to life or brought back in the form of holograms for artists. You know, like, we're obviously joking often, like, oh yeah, Blue Sky is being vibe coded, stuff like that. Which, yeah, that's the fun part of making fun of it, but there is also, and a very real risk of people, like, imagine being lonely. Imagine that you're lonely in another country. Let's say you've just moved to another country for work, for example, and you don't speak the language. And then here it is, this wonder machine that allows you to just talk. I think the reason that okay, no, wait, hang on. Let me go a few steps back. So let's say that you're that person, and you suddenly have this machine that can talk to you, and that, like, you can talk stuff back to, and you know that it's not a real person, so therefore you can say everything that you want to say to it. That will seriously fuck with people's brains. And it's one of the more insidious things about this pretend AI, because let's not pretend as if it is AI. It's not. It's a fake AI. It's not AI as we imagine it to be. You know, it's not your Terminator. It's not your... I don't know, man. Think of an actual AI. It's not your Matrix. It's not your System Shock. It's not your Cyberpunk. It's a word processor. And for all the fun that we make of it, we also need to acknowledge the fact that, you know, yeah, we make fun of it for good reason. But that's because we have either taken a look at it and decided against it, or just decided against it for just at all. But not everyone will make that choice. And even though LLM should be banned and regulated, absolutely, I do think that when people do fall into sort of like that rabbit hole, there's often something missing. Like, we as society are missing... There's been a lot of talk about missing third place. So you've got work and you've got... Hi Zoli, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We're talking about AI at the moment, and about... we're talking about AI, we're talking about sort of like third places. We're talking about how Starforce was early with this kind of topic. So welcome, Raiders. Exactly, it is indeed also that other feeling of like, oh, it just needs a bit more tweaking, here, there, everywhere. But the fact of the matter is it cannot replace humans. But what it is replacing, and that's where the real danger comes into play with AI, is it's replacing third places. So it used to be that you had school and or it's school / work, and you have home. Those are your first. Home is your first place. Work / school is your second place. But there is something called the third place. That could be a pub that you go to. It could be a sport that you have. It could be a cafe that you are drinking in the evenings. It could be a park where everyone just meets. It is a place to socialize in the real world. And I think the real danger in AI is that it is replacing those third places, in the sense that it is giving you a simulacrum of socialization. Because what are third places? They are places to socialize. Places to socialize outside of work, outside of home. And so AI becomes a replacement for third places, in the sense that it sort of gives you that social connection without actually giving you that social connection. It replaces the social connection that comes from talking to people, from playing a sport, from just hanging around in a bar and just being around people and just listening in and having a community. It replaces the community with a singular idea. And there's been a lot of talk about the removal of third places throughout the 21st century. But AI is essentially giving a fake third place. Not so much in that you meet other people, but because it is a replacement for those social connections that you are that we need as humanity. Like something like this stream is a third place. It's where we connect. It's where people chat. It's where people talk. It's where we exchange ideas and get in contact with different points of view. It's not necessarily a third place in the same way that you normally think about, but it's still there. You know, MMOs are another version of third places, where people talk with each other and socialize, and you are among people. Even though it's not a good third place, and my stream is not a good third place, because you sort of like, it needs that physicality of it. It is still replacing that social connection. Because that's in the end what the third place is. It's a place to, as humans, to be social. And in that regard, Starforce, with this theme specifically, was very much on point back in 2007 about being so obsessed with, in this case, a matter wave, that you're willing to destroy the world for it. Like, what is happening here is essentially just a more extreme version of what we've seen throughout the last few years, where people are willing to commit crimes because AI tells them to. Where people just stop taking medicine, or you start treating AI as a doctor, or, you know, make all these fucked up things with cooking because someone told them. Exactly. We will talk more about this and continue more Starforce after the ad break. Please enjoy. Oh, absolutely. I've seen friends of mine also fall deeply into that rabbit hole. And in fact, I will talk about it after the ad break, but I've actually seen someone almost destroy their university career with AI. Because it is genuinely scary. But once again, that's sort of like the interesting thing about Starforce, is that it's once again, more so than Battle Network, deals with, I guess, the more immediate problems of humanity. So currently just waiting on the outbreak to end. There we go, welcome back everyone. Just to kind of put the final point to it, because Sol actually mentioned, like, you know, pulling all-nighters for going meals to continue conversations. I've seen, not necessarily friend, but I've seen a university mate of mine almost destroy his university career over AI. Like, we were in our masters 2 years ago, we were in our masters period. We were writing our theses, and whereas all of us were essentially going like, whereas all of us, I believe I've told the story before, but whereas we all were just really working really hard on it, we were really dealing with it, we were like I've told the story many times before, how I just spent 4 days, blackout curtains, everything closed, meals in the fridge, just working on making sure that every single chapter that I had built all fully fit, and it took me full 70 to 90 hours, all to just make it come together. And then there was one classmate, and so we were all dealing with that, and there's one classmate that just constantly goes like, oh, what are you guys talking about? It's like, well, we're talking about this and that. It's like, oh, well, okay, I'm not doing anything yet. Okay. And after a few months of constantly saying that, we were like, but we have a month left, what are you doing? Oh yeah, I'm just throwing it into AI, was his answer. Like, I'll just let AI make it, and then I'll quickly read over it. He was almost, I want to say he was almost kicked from the course over it. Like, he was one paper away from getting his master's degree. He had worked for 4 to 6 years on getting to that point. We all had worked 4 to 6 years because we were the COVID generation. So all of us had some level of needing to redo stuff. So we were all 6 years, after 6 years we had... So we had all spent all that time, and then he was willing to throw it all away, almost be kicked from the program, purely so that AI could do it, because he believed in AI so immensely as like a thing that could stop him from doing the thing that he needed to do. In the end, he had to redo the entire thesis, because like the teacher wouldn't even talk to him anymore. That's the thing. The teacher, we would every 2 or 3 weeks, we would have like appointments to see where we were going, where are the mistakes, where, you know, what is going well, what's going bad, where are there any questions that need to be done in person. And the teacher that he had been assigned to just didn't have appointments with him anymore. Because why bother? And that's another danger as well. like, if you don't recognize that early on, it can ruin your life. And I think that that's where the real danger lies, because it's in the end, it's not real AI. It's not AI as we imagine it being. It's a large language model, which is complex, absolutely. And just seeing what it does, like, I will fully admit, a few weeks ago, I kind of fussed around with it. Again, after years, and I was like, okay, let's see what I ask if I... Wow, if you want to know how long this conversation has been going, my controller literally died on me. But like, I was like, you know, let me give it some example. For art, for example, and I was like, yeah, that's actually getting terrifying how close it gets, but in the end it's missing that human soul. Exactly. And the thing about the thesis as well is that like I will say this, I'm just anti LLMs at this point. I'm not, let me put it this way, I'm not anti-AI, not in the way that we talk about AI as like stuff like Skynet or stuff like that. But I am anti-LLM at this point. But the thing is that, especially with regards to scientific research, is AIs will just hallucinate papers. Like, attorneys have lost their jobs over using AI for their work. But what we can see here as well is Vega talks about how she hoped that one day his memories would return, but that would never happen. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just waiting for the day his memories would return, but it never would. It's an AI, it's a simulacrum. But the fact that even someone like her, someone so clearly, at very least, competent enough to put this entire scheme together, that she still fell for that. Yeah, exactly. Like, when I did use it, I was just using it as just a thing where it's like, oh, here's a story I bought up, here's a background for a story. Let's just see what happens when we play it out. You know, that's how I used it, and I'm happy with that, because when I did for funsies try and ask it something about my studies, it just wasn't good. So, especially when it comes to our social sciences, LLMs, there is so much contradictory information out there that LLMs can't deal with it. That's ignoring the fact that so many papers are behind paywalls, like, especially in the social sciences, it's just impossible. But yeah, all of this came from a single line, essentially, by the final villain, so... But it's once again to point out the fact that Starforce has managed to somehow dig into a zeitgeist that didn't even exist yet back in 2007. Like, how many games were actively talking, even if it's just in a single throwaway line, about, hey, this simulacrum, you know, that someone became so obsessed with a singular simulacrum that they were willing to destroy the world for it. Yeah, Metal Gear, but it's once again, it's purely the fact that not many games really dealt with it. Not every, obviously there were games out there. But it's a children's game, and here is a children's game talking about a topic that now, in 2026, resonates so much more with the themes than back in 2007, where it was just future talk, and now here we are, 20 years later, dealing with the consequences. Like, you can call it what you want. Also, for some reason, Sci-Hub is being why is Sci-Hub never? You know what? Never mind. I don't even want to know, to be honest. But yeah, that was a long conversation we had. You just send some things for fun. Cool. I will also say I've never actually played Metal Gear, and I don't have the money for it. I mean, social sciences are a lot less prone to being uploaded. But it's also just the fact that social sciences are just sometimes contradictory because we study humans. Humans are contradictory. If humans were easy enough to understand, then we wouldn't possibly be able to because of how simple as beings we would be. So we constantly get, you know, contradictory information, or information that has commas attached to it, or information that turns out to be right under very specific circumstances. And AI is just if AI can't deal with the natural sciences, it has an even worse time with the social sciences. Because it is confident in its own reasoning. And one of the first things you learn in the social sciences, literally like week 1 material, is don't ever assume you know everything. Like, what you're learning in the first few years is foundations. Assume from now on that every single thing you learn about has commas and asterisks out the wazoo. Anyway, so that was a very long conversation about AI. That's just what you get on this channel. If you want more of these kinds of more philosophical conversations, don't forget to follow, I guess. Like, this is just the way we roll over here. Even in the finale, we just see one line of dialogue and just go into a 15-minute tangent. But that's part of the fun. Like, you know, that's why I often say that my channel is adult. Like, not in the sense that it's full of sex jokes, which sometimes, I guess, happen. But it's more so in that, you know, the topics are more adult in that sense. Exactly. And to be honest, the fact that people actively have differing opinions, such as earlier, it just makes it all the better, to be honest. Like, if I had a community that fully agreed with every single thing I was saying, then I have made the wrong community. Like, I want people to tell me that I'm wrong, or that there are things that I'm missing, or that they have a different perspective. Like, yeah, please, by all means. You can only learn by debating and by... And that's okay, Sully. Like, that's just how I feel about it. And you're allowed to feel different about it. In fact, I'd rather you have, to be honest. So, yeah, like, if it ever seems like too many people start agreeing with me, start disagreeing with me. There are some red lines I have, but they are pretty clear red lines. To be fair, I never played Metroid Other M, so I won't be able to say whether or not that's a contrarian opinion. Yeah, good to hear. Yeah, that's the one thing I do know about Other M, is that it is interesting. Interesting is a solid word from what I remember, but, or at least from what I've been told, but I also like the idea here that Lemu gave, like... That Lemu, in a final act of almost caring, did give the final wish to Hollow. I mean, you know, like I said, in the end, all I can do is offer my own perspective, and what people do with it is up to them. But that's how I kind of look at it. I also love the fact that they don't even try to explain it, and that Gio is just like, what is it? Just a miracle, and to be honest, I think that's generally the best way to put this. You know, not everything needs to be explained in a video game. And something like this, even though in the end I still cannot care for Vega, because like I said before, it just comes in way too late, still doesn't make this a good scene. Like, it's still a good scene, and I can still feel emotional over it, even if I just can't care for Vega at this point. But it doesn't mean, like I said, it doesn't mean that it isn't a good scene. Like, yeah, man, I'm getting a bit emotional. Like, I almost want to believe that this came from the other dimension, but that goes into speculation, and to be honest, I don't want to ruin this moment. I don't want to know how she's going to get down, given that she's a real human being with a real human body. And you know what, Sully? It's okay to not feel at home. Like, the important thing is just that you have places where you socialize. Even if, you know, Starbucks could be a third place for all intents and purposes. That's fair. That is fair. I don't have the money either. as we make our way. To be honest, I was planning on doing the post game, but given how long we've been going for, we might have to wait with that until the next stream. What I will do, I don't know yet. We shall see. To be fair, part of it is due to me yapping so much, but that's part of the fun. I will say though, Starbucks I feel is a bit overhyped, but their iced coffee is, or not their iced coffee, but like their, I don't know what they're called. Ice drinks are genuinely really nice. I mean, playing board games is still socializing. You know, socializing isn't purely just talking with people. Like, something like D&D is also socializing. You know, just being around other people to some extent is socializing. Yeah, absolutely. Also, I think this is the only time in the series that they show this particular shot. Also, I love the fact that Zach's singular, that Zach is genuinely helping here in the form of having this random link with a cameraman. Yeah, that's fair. In my case, I also often, like my family often just socializes with each other, all three of them, but I'm just kind of sitting out. Yeah, that's fair. Which I should also mention, this is once again one of those connecting threads where it's like, how is it possible that people know about Mega Man? This is how. I will say by far the most difficult mechanic to avoid from Lemu is the machine gun. Because to this day, I'm not sure fully sure how it works. With the rest, I'm relatively confident in how it works. But that's the only one where I genuinely can't get a grip on it. Like, it always feels like the timing is just off enough that it messes with me. I have learned that doing quick steps works, but the timing of the quick steps often kind of throws me off. Especially once you get hit, it's almost impossible to recover. Like, maybe the idea is to use the shield, but the shield is not long enough for that? That's fair. That's very fair. It's interesting because Crimson Dragon is has the most HP, which I think like 25 to 3000. But 2500 to 3000. But in the end, Lemu I feel is the most difficult. But it might be because Starforce 3 also prepares you better for the final fight in some way. Like the bosses are just more difficult and more mechanically more demanding. So you sort of get yourself up to that level. Whereas with Starforce 2, the boss fights often kind of feel easier. And as a result, Lemu is just this huge spike. I think if the Hollow fight had existed, then that would have perhaps been the missing link once again. But at the same time, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest, I think that Lemu might generally just be a bit overtuned. But that's just my opinion. Like I do feel that like Lemu might be just tiniest bit. I think that the machine, it's mostly the machine guns that are like you don't want to have an attack that feels unfair, and I think that might be the one attack that feels unfair and next to impossible to judge. Also, we can see something going down from the top screen. And with that, the base game of Starforce 2, we are gonna wait for the credits before I say it. And I should mention, this is also, we've talked about sort of like the D plot of Geo dealing with media. There we go, that's now also resolved. And there we go, Among the Stars 2. With that, we have officially finished Starforce 2. It's, I mean, not compared to what we are gonna be doing on Tuesday. Well, could be worse. But yeah, this is the finale of Starforce 2, or at least for the base game. Hi, Shada, how are you doing? That is Starforce 2, at least the base game. It's the black sheep of the family. I'm not gonna, you know, like we can sugarcoat it, it's not. I've tried over the course of the last 24 hours on stream to explain why there is more to this game than it seems at first glance. Also, I really like the stylistic choice of doing the story in the form of this. I think I will just let the ads run, to be honest. Like, I don't know how long these are gonna go for, but I do kind of want to yap for a bit, so... Lovely murals indeed. But yeah, so I've tried over the course of about 20 hours to explain why Starforce is not, in fact, a bad game. I think what Starforce is dealing with is a couple of small design problems that compound over time. You know what? I will snooze them all. I will snooze them. I don't care. Ads will be snoozed for now. Because I need to yap for a bit. But as a result, Starforce 2 is a game where small design choices lead to a compounding worse time. We're talking about enemy design, or the amount of enemies that you get, the enemy RNG, which we had to put too low in order to have, and sometimes we still had too many of them. We're talking about stories that feel a bit Saturday morning cartoon, but still all connect to each other. An end game that just feels kinda... That just kind of feels disconnected. There are a lot of interesting plot threads, and they most of the time do get resolved, but the ending of Starforce just has no setup. Mu has a setup. Mu has a setup. Rogue has a setup. Rogue might be the most interesting thing to come from Starforce 2. But Vega, especially in the final chapter, Vega especially just has no setup. There is no resolution because nothing has been set up to resolve. That's one of the big problems with Starforce 2, is there are so many plot threads. I feel like there are so many plot threads running around that it just forgets them at times. Like, our main villain was Hyde, and we know next to nothing about the guy, beyond the fact that he was, for all intents and purposes, as Rogue said it so mooi. Who's am I? I'm just starting to throw in random Dutch words right there. Great, amazing, we know how tired I am. But as Rogue put it so beautifully, Hyde was a parasite. He was parasitic, his relationship with power was parasitic, which is one of the themes. We saw the different relationships of power, which we never really talked about because it doesn't really become clear until way later in the game. The different relationships with power only really become a clear point once you hit Vazab. I mean, of course he is. I mean, obviously he shouldn't be, like we all know who the real true god is, but Budicus is allowed one bow. He's allowed a singular bow. Like, he's allowed one, and then we return to worshipping the superior being. But Starforce 2 as a result feels a bit all over the place at times. It has a lot of good things. I like Rogue, especially, as you might have noticed throughout the channel. Like, just look at the channel and tell me that I'm not a big fan of the character. I like this character development of Geo, who manages to continue on and be that additional connection that is missing, that additional connection that connects 1 and 3 together. We have genuinely interesting bosses that require more from you than Starforce 1 did. Lemu is by far the most difficult final boss in the series, in the trilogy. It's a real test of your skills, but at the same time, I feel like the battle chip variety, just the third tier of battle ships, is only unlocked in the final dungeon. The resolution, it feels a bit all over the place. Like, all of a sudden, it's the Vega show, even though we had zero interaction with her. Some of the chapters are very short on plot. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend as if Loch Ness is an absolute masterpiece. It's not. And the problem, in the end, is that a lot of this can be resolved with very simple, small changes. Even Vega can be, as we talked about, can be very easily resolved if she shows up in, say, the museum chapter. Oh, whoops. Like, even a small choice like that can already have a big impact on how people interact with the game. And it's like, it's not one thing that makes Starforce the black sheep of the family. It's a lot of small design choices that compound over time into just this weird thing where there is so much good in the game, but also just so much missing. That doesn't mean that I don't like it. I still really enjoy it, but I'm also not gonna sit here and say like, oh, I constantly replay it. I don't. I think it should have been pretty clear that it's that it's the game I know the least about. Like, I had to look up so many different answers. Even something like the Bermuda Maze, I had to look up because I genuinely didn't know where to go. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if it's my favorite of the series, but I'm also not going to sit here and say that it's bad. It's not. But I think that the beauty of Starforce 2 will only start coming out now. Now that we have the ability to change these things. Because on the DS, the Skywave was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And I wouldn't want to punish anyone by having to go through that. But the fact that the rough, it's a diamond in the rough, and the fact that the diamond can only be uncovered, like, what is it, 15 to 20 years after the game was first released through modern conveniences, that is in the end just a really massive black mark on the game. And that's a shame, because I think that it is the missing connection. I've said this so often. It's the missing connection between Starforce 1 and 3. If you think that you can skip Starforce 2, you will be confused by so many elements of 3 that are either introduced into or that have their evolution, their logical evolution into. So, can you skip it? No. But maybe play it with all the things on. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend as if it's an absolutely amazing 10 out of 10 game. Everyone thinks it's bad, everyone is wrong. But I do think that with the modern abilities that we have, or with the modern assists, give it another chance. Maybe you'll find something there. Wow, right as the outbreak begins as well. Holy shit. Talk about being able to time that by complete accident. We're just waiting on the outbreak to finish. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. And once again, it's another setup for Starforce 3 over here. Looking back on it, that this is the first real conversation that he's had with his dad. In Starforce 1, it was more so Figment. And I think, to be honest, you could make the headcanon that the reason that Geo can have these conversations at those moments is because that's when he's mentally... I want to say it is most vulnerable, but that doesn't really feel right. But where he's mentally the most accepting of EM waves entering, which we know that Kelvin is just a bundle of EM waves at this point. So I like to headcanon that he is capable of, at moments like these, where he's essentially almost knocked out while he's transformed, that allows Kelvin a moment of talking with his son, or sending information his way. Also, give the dude some rest, dude. You just beat your gods. And to be fair, he does make a point there, but at the same time, he's like, oh, we should never cross paths. I'm like, to be honest, it was just dumb luck. You know, on some level, it was dumb luck that they crossed paths in the first place. Like, But then again, isn't that how the best rivalries are formed? So yeah, there we go. This is where he belongs indeed. I wish I could eat filet mignon until I burst. Actually, no, scrap that, don't. There we go. Go. Let's go over right to save that, and let's at the very least do some prep work for when the next stream begins.
Starforce 2, Zerker Ninja.
I did not need to hear that. Gonna toss out. And hey, what looky here! What interesting, we are getting some mail. Gotta be sure to get this present. How about we go ahead and do something else? Because now all bets are off. Let's start looking at the ciphers, shall we? Let's start looking at the first ciphers. What do we get from all of them? Got cannon 1. How many actually do we have this time around? Oh, good lord! There are so many! Oh well. Why not? Just a few. And that way we don't have to start the next stream with all the cipher mail. We can only have to deal with some of them. Unlocker. Got recover 200. Which I will immediately activate. Not making the same mistake I made last time. Got HP plus 50 for 50. It's not the best, to be honest, but you know. And this is just purely the list in regards to go. Got recover 150. Yeah, so just as a little teaser for next time, we're gonna start the alternative dimension next time around, and we're gonna start the long road to all battle chips. Because, oh boy, we need so many. Cinco 3, thank you. Like, we need so many. Yet we are not even halfway yet. Radar missile 3, thank you. What other stuff are we gonna get? Mega class? That is surprisingly useful. I mean, it's not a Geiger, but I'll take it. Also, there are now quests available from the other characters, so that you can up your link power to 100 with them. Because otherwise you cannot actually get to 100. Otherwise you cannot actually get to 400 link power. Got a radar missile 1. And now we begin all the sentences. Deluxe energy. See, if we do this now for a bit, then we don't have to start the next stream with all of this. Which also means that the next few streams are gonna be more vibey. Gonna be more just kind of chit-chatting, talking about whatever we feel like. You know, if you were here for the Persona 3 Reload streams, it's essentially gonna be a bit like that. Like, we're gonna go ahead and, you know, just chatting. It's imagine that we are running through it's a running through Tartarus stream. That's the best way to, for those of you who were here. Exactly, like, if you remember the post-game content for Starforce 1, essentially the same kind of vibes that we're gonna go for. jet ski free. And there are also a couple of achievements that we can get here that I do want to get in Starforce 2. Green carpet. Ooh, that might actually be very useful for one of the achievements that we still need. Mad Vulcan free, thank you. We will take a look at like God, and all of these sentences were like promotional material. Eat up for free. That's like the weird part. It's like all of these were Japan-specific sentences that would otherwise not be available. Okay, we want to get Snowball for one of the achievements that we still need. Because we need to hit 2 things with a snowball. Stealth Laser 3. I think I know where you got your card from. Solo. Or Soul, I mean. My bad. Got Mummy Hand, which is a hint that it's as an enemy we haven't even fought yet. That's claw. Let me see. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Just doing some housekeeping. Heat grenade. Well, we are over halfway done with all of this. There we go, to the side. So we are maybe like 15 more to go. Got recover. That's a recover 300. I'll take that. One game, 2 versions. Yeah, that's certainly best described Starforce 2. Boo hat. Okay, so maybe we need like 20 at the minimum. But like, look at how far down we are. There you go, there's a white meteor. But in the meantime, getting myself some more water. There we go. Exactly, water good. Especially now that I've stopped drinking soda again, like my energy is coming from just existing instead of constant sugar. And we will deal with it next time. Go charge P. Yeah, see, we're starting to get there. Slowly, ever so slowly. Charge poison. I see you've also now started playing Soul. Hey, 500 for... Mega class. Can't do anything, that's fair. All I can really do at the moment is just go down the list. That's a Geiger class card. Dark Phantom SP there. Okay, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting with some of the. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeti Blizzard. Yes, yes. Okay, good. That means we have to fight them one less time. Rogue SP. Yes. Then we got Plesiosurf. Essentially all the bosses that we had to fight at some point. Terra Condor. That's Hollow, which we haven't fought yet. Technically we fought once, but... Star's Fire. Oh yeah, right, we did actually fight, but... Then we have Harp Note. Our journey for the Mega Cards has begun. There we go, Queen of Fungia. Wait. Oh yeah, never mind, that's the wrong person I was thinking about. I was like, hang on, wait, what? No, wait. That is Gemini Spark. Because we can actually fight a bunch of the old bosses from before. Cancer Bubble as well. I will say there is more to the post-game this time around. Like there is an actual storyline beyond just lingering story threads. Kung Fu Kids. It's a fight we haven't done yet. We get General Oruga. It's once again a fight that we've yet to do. Got Apollo Flame. One can only wonder what that means. We have Quick Ring. Okay, we also still need to do the Battle Network content, but we will do that in the post game as well. And finally, Sang Weapon. Let's have a look at that. Oh, they make it foes HP bucks. Cool. Anyway, with that we have 87 cards. We are officially over halfway done with the standard and mega achievements. Hey! Anyway, that is it for today. We have finished Starforce 1 on that front. Also, you did say that was creepy. I'm curious as to what was creepy over there. But anyway, we are exactly 50% of the way done with the games and with the series. So yeah, next time around, which will be Saturday or Sunday, I'm not sure yet. Probably maybe Saturday and Sunday. Who knows? We will start the post game, which we won't be able to finish this week. Please, as a reminder, Monday there will be no stream. Tuesday we will be having Final Fantasy 14 instead. So if you normally are here for the Mega Man stuff and you're kind of curious about what I normally do on this channel once we are done in over a month, to be honest, with the streams, then that is your way of knowing. No, thank you, dude. You are always fun to have around as well. So yeah, thank you all for joining me. I will go ahead and do other stuff because I've got lots of stuff I still need to do tonight. Next stream is, like I said, Saturday or Sunday. Don't know where, don't know when, do know where, which is exactly right here. We're gonna go into the post game. Have an amazing rest of your evening, and see you guys during the next stream. Have a good night.